Okay, I've got a few things I gotta do to be able to see what's going on. Da 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 da. Um, what a mess. What a mess. I hope, I hope this is working. We'll find out shortly. This is enough to drive Sty to drinking. Okay, I'm getting close. Okay, so this is working for you guys? Grammy says buffering. Boy, oh boy. I I, right now, okay, it's working good in the UK. How about the rest of you? Plain old Chuck said he can hear me. Grammy's saying good now. Thanks, Gemma. I'm This is so goofy because right now I'm using Hangouts. That's how we're getting through right now is Hangouts. Hangouts is going away on August 1st. And then from that point on, you can use YouTube webcam to do live streams directly through YouTube, but you won't have the Hangout features. I'm not inviting anybody into Hangouts tonight, guys. I yeah, this this is stressing Sty out too much. Sty's ready to head out the door and hook up to the Sty Shack 2 and open the tailgate and take off and let all that crap fall out on the highway and head myself to a campground for a couple weeks. I got the gerbil running full speed in the cage. Hey, Mike. Hey. Yeah, it's a little weird stream tonight because OBS and YouTube were not liking each other again. Don't know what the deal is. So I just did a quick switch over, jumped over here, and used Hangouts to get on. Yeah. We only have till August 1st, and Hangouts is gone anyway. So might as well use it while I got it. Mike says, just got back from a stormy camping adventure in North Florida. Oh, a stormy one, huh? Yes, Gemma. Feelings mutual. More than enough. Glad you found us. Yeah, the first attempt at the stream tonight just went goofy. This one's not going to have the regular intro. It's not going to have the exit. Doesn't have the stuff going on. But here we are. Everything else works as usual, I guess. Hey, Sean Carl, good to see you. Cole, Derek, good to see you. And Derek goes, I'm here. Yeah, guys, start keeping a close eye on Cole Outdoors because Derek's back. He's back. He's getting busy. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta kind of keep my eyes open for when he's popping up, doing a little stream. He does a few live streams here and there, you know, as he's getting himself ready to get back into the full swing of things. So, yeah, yeah. Derek says with a vengeance. Yeah, Mike. Like so many things in life, less is truly more. Oh, thanks, Grammy. Yeah, at 3 p.m. Monday to Thursday. Yep, 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 yep. Keep an eye on them, guys. Oh, Gemma, that's oh, that's nice. That's a compliment. I thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Kelly Jelly, thanks for stopping in. Hi. Yeah, this stream turned out to be an odd one. I mean, oh, got off to a rough start. Oh, I'm glad that you feel calm when you're here. Yeah, it's all great folks here, Gemma. That's the thing is, well, and that's one thing too. Everybody can appreciate. I hope is that Sty won't tolerate trolls and no fighting, no putting down, no. Yeah, just everybody can come here, respect each other, and we have a good time. Kelly Jelly, I'm real good. I'm real good. I hope you are. And everybody else seems to be doing fairly well. Mike says, I met some awesome people on my adventure to North Florida, gained some subscribers, great people, good medicine. Yes, sir. Hey, Steven. Steven Pritz is around the fire. Yeah. Big hugs. Go fishing. Good, happy, bye. Yes, go fishing. Yeah, hit the thumbs up if you could, folks. Yeah, yeah. See, I don't get to see the stats like I do on OBS. So I gotta depend. I'm watching part of I got the YouTube broadcast in the background to my hangout so I can see how many are watching and the thumbs up and the like. So that's enough. Andy, hi and bye, Stephen. Yes, sir. Kelly, positivity is key. Yeah, Gemma, she smashed that thumbs up and shared it out on her community tab right away. Jumps. She did that over at the first try on the stream, and then she did it right away when we got over here. Gemma, you're such a good example for everybody. Thanks, Kelly. That yes. Yeah, share it out if you can. Yeah, we got 15 in around the fire. Well, 14 now, but that's a good group. That's a good group. Yeah, we got all kinds of things we can roll up to the fire to sit on, and everybody can hang out. Wanda. Hey, hello. Welcome around the campfire. Good to see ya. Oh, thanks, Derek, for sharing that out. Yeah, I got the notice. Um, Anthony, hey, great, great to see ya. I think we're all doing pretty good. Gemma, I try. Oh, you do well, girl. You do very well. Andy says, "Are you feeling a little calmer now, Sty?" Yeah, you don't have to worry. I'm not going to get up and out of here. Sty's gone fishing and camping for 2 weeks and then wondering what. And then everybody spreads the rumor, did Sty die again? And Wanda says, "Hi, Gemma. I've been checking your channel out. That's nice of you, Wanda. Yeah, she's a wonderful girl, boy. I tell you what, she does very well in the face of diversity, that girl." Wanda's asking where everybody's from. Now, that's what we like here. Yes, we'd like to know, where are y'all from? Sty is from northern Wisconsin, Ashland, Wisconsin. I live a mere 4 blocks. I live in town. I'm 4 blocks away from Lake Superior. And I got the great northern Wisconsin to explore and camp, hike, fish. Yes, sir. Enjoy the outdoors. So you're from Louisiana, Wanda. Oh, hot and humid down there right now? I haven't been down to Louisiana in many years now. It's been probably about 13 years since I've been in Louisiana. Andy, yeah. Harwich, UK, butt end of nowhere. Mike, live and let's die. Yeah, please let me live. Yeah. Sean's asking how my fishing is. Well, the fishing hasn't been too good because I haven't been fishing. But yesterday, tomorrow, I post the video tomorrow morning, my usual Friday morning video. It's kind of a long one again, 45 minutes, I think. But in that 45 minutes, I cover 5 different locations that I went and checked out for fishing and camping. 4 of those locations are campgrounds. One of them is just a place to go fishing. Now, the place that's just to go fishing, that's a day trip. And I mean, I'm going to cut out of here before the sun's even starting to stir. And I'm going to be there before the sun wakes up. And I'm going to fish that lake all day long. Oh, I'm going to love it down there. And I found 2 campgrounds that are killer campgrounds. Now, in the video, I say, I think I picked the campground where I'm going to be. I've changed my mind today when I started looking at the availability of that campground for reservations and the campsites. And I'm going to wait till off season, right after Labor Day, to go to that particular campground. It's a big lake, and during the peak season, there's boats all over on it and stuff. And I don't want to be on it during that peak season. Plus, the campground's so stinking. It's a 15-unit campground, small campground, excellent sites, but there's so many reservations. I can tell it's going to be busy. I don't want to be there when it's that busy. So I picked my second choice, and that's another excellent fishing lake that I have fished. I can't wait to get there, and I'm going to be spending between 3 and 6 days. So between 2 and 5 nights. I suspect it's going to be a 6-dayer. Yeah. Yep. Yep. More than enough. Ohio, and so it's chalk. Um, Running water says, where I'm from, where was this morning, where I am now. Yeah, running water. Yeah, yeah, that's running water all over. Running water only lives, let's see, boom, boom. He lives 6 blocks from me. When he's home. Yeah, I've been everywhere, man. Yep. Cole says, my next 3-day weekend, I'm going to venture over to northern Wisconsin. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, these 2 lakes that I'm gonna, the one I'm gonna be camping at, for the long camp, they got muskie, pike, walleye, smallmouths, crappies, bluegills, and largemouth, but they say they're not as common, but they're goofy. Because when I've been there, that's what I caught was tons of largemouth bass in the 2.5 to close to 5 pound range. A lot of big ones, a lot of big ones in there. Yeah. Can't wait. Can't wait. I'm going to put some of them baits Andy sent me to work in that lake. Wow. Can't wait. Andy. Yeah, you guys. Oh. Um, yeah, I can only catch fish if I'm fishing. That's coming up. Not this coming week, but um, when I take that long week, I'll put a notice up that there will be no stream sometime. It depends on whether I'm going to be over a Sunday or if I'm going to be over a Thursday in that camp. So, but I'll put a notice up. You're stuttering, Andy. Jail, hospital, jail, jail. Mike says, I finally learned how to create playlists. I'm becoming a tech. LOL. Not. I am old school. See, all the stuff I got on my channel, when you go to my home page, all that stuff I picked up at Pooza Studios in the background, lurking, watching all their advice to other people, and at the same time jumping onto mine and fixing stuff back and forth. It wasn't just, and there was like 4 different channels like theirs that I was at that time following to build my channel to where it is now. Because before this, before what you see today, it was pretty doggone basic. Because this old boy, yeah. Yeah, I had a guy the other day tell me, he says, I don't understand why they call them cell phones. Because he says, when you're sitting in jail, they don't let you have one of those in your cell. I'm surprised. Yeah, Derek said, anyone think I should crash Stye's camping trip? Oh boy, I tell you, that's one thing, that campground I'm going to be in. You got about 8 miles of some really rough, stinking gravel roads in there. The old adventure trailer. I got to go in there. I'm not going to be getting over 25 miles an hour at all during that 8 miles. Um, Not without tearing an axle out from underneath my trailer. Um, I'm amazed. And then you get to that campground, it's out in the middle of the boondocks. That 8 miles or so is the closest you can get to it by gravel road. There are no paved roads anywhere around there, but that's the closest. That's the shortest stretch. Otherwise, it's more than 8 miles from any other direction. You get there, it's paved all the way through the campground. It's paved. I mean, what the heck? Yeah, I think it would be cool if somebody showed up at my camp unexpected. Yeah, I, I don't. He wouldn't whine about it. Mike says I only camp in popular areas during off season. That is why I camp in Florida in the blistering heat and humidity of summer. Usually, have the whole place to myself. Yeah, yeah, and that's one of the problems I have here is if you want to fish, if you're looking for fishing grounds, a good lake, there's no boondocking close enough to the water to be able to. Oh, there, boy, I had to be good for a few minutes that way. But you can't get close enough to the water to be able to haul a kayak in and out, in and out. So yeah. So, but that's why yesterday, I mean, I took off at noon. I didn't get home until about 8:30 last night, driving all over these 5 different locations, scouting them out. And you watch that video, that whole 45 minutes of it, and you'll be amazed. I was at a campground that actually has 2 of their loops. They've got 5 or 6 loops, and each loop has only has 10 campsites per loop. It covers this huge section. It's about a mile and a half long, that campground. But there's a total, if they have all the loops open, there's a total of 65 campsites there. You wouldn't believe it. Not when you get in there. You wouldn't believe there's 65 campsites in there. I managed to drive through and see 40 of them. I looked at 40 sites at that campground. Now, this isn't the one I'm going to, but this campground, I went through 40 sites, 5 campers. That's it. 5 campers, 40 sites. You drive. I couldn't believe it. You could drive through there and go, well, I don't want to be by anybody. Boop, right over there. And it's like everybody understood that because all 5 of them were sparsely located throughout the 40 sites. None of them right next to each other. It was great. Okay. Jim said, I just found out a local restaurant near me is putting on an autism event on the 31st. I'm going, oh, well, you better, girl. Oh, well, that is awesome that they're doing that as a commercial outfit. Yes, ma'am. Wanda had to step away, had a phone call. Running Water said started the morning in Baltimore, parked this afternoon in Indianapolis, and will be in Florida by Saturday. That's what I mean. He's been everywhere, man. Oh, geez, that kid. For those of you that don't know, like Wanda probably doesn't know. I don't know if Derek knows or not. But Running Water, Donnie Running Water, he's my oldest son. He's my oldest boy. He's the one that built the shed that my junk is going to go into. In fact, tomorrow, I'm hoping to have the trailer pretty well empty. But I got a lot of sorting and digging, and a bunch of it's going to the dump. Some of it's got to be stored, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, thanks to Running Water, I'm going to have the adventure trailer going real soon here. Well, thanks, Wanda, for sharing that on Twitter. Yeah, I think it's awesome. Gemma's got that event that she can go to. Wanda says, "You remind me of my dad with that bushy beard." Yeah, I got to trim it a little. Um, I don't know. You can't tell. Yeah, maybe you can tell how thin it seems down here, but behind it, if you look behind it, you can tell it's real thick. Now, there's a reason for that. All that underbeard is nice and thick because until I retired, I shaved right up to under my chin all the time. So I just grew down the front and it was long and it was thin. Retired, quit shaving. Well, now the underbeard's catching up and it's real thick, but I got this scraggly edge. So I'm trimming that scraggly edge so I'll have a nice contoured Santa beard for a while. We'll see. Oh, Cole says, Derek says, should use my buzzbait. It will get used on that lake. That lake's got muskie in it. And if you hook into one, it should be a good one. I mean, the lake's got a minimum 40-inch to keep rig on that lake. So unless that muskie's over 40 inches, you can't even keep them. Now, I talked to a few folks that have caught muskie in that lake. I haven't. I've only fished it twice, but and both times I fished it, I was fishing for bass mostly. I did some casting for muskie, but we were there to catch bass. That lake's your buzzbait's getting a workout on that lake. Wanda says, I love to fish and hunt. Hey, Wanda, you're a sweetheart. I'll tell you what. The gals that love the outdoors, yeah, they get 2 thumbs up from me. Yeah, Mike, you're absolutely right. Fishing comes first. Streams are secondary, prioritized. And that's why I said I'll be throwing out a notice that hey, there just won't be a stream. I'm going to be out camping and fishing. There's definitely priorities. Andy says, Sty, what special project you saving for, Sty? Really, right now, any money I come into at all, I mean, the budget's gotten real tight. Just so life happens, and it's just the way it is. But budget got real tight, so camping trips, local camping trips, basically what I'm limited to. Special projects that I'm saving for, like I was going to say, any of my extra resources, they're going into the adventure trailer. I want to get the adventure trailer tweaked and comfortable for base camp use wherever I want to. If I want to go boondocking, if I want to go to a campground, whatever, that trailer can be a base camp for me wherever I go. It's not going to take a ton to get it, adequate, but I have every intention of using it bare bones to start with. I'm getting out there. I got to get priorities. Just ask Mike. Just ask Mike. There's priorities. It's like I told this guy the other day. He says, "Well, what if you don't have it all done and everything the way you want it?" And I said, "Then treat it as a tent on tires. It's a tent on tires." Andy, and Andy, no. You're supposed to just ask the questions. You're not, Andy. Oh gosh, almighty. Towards my tweaking even, tweak and twerk. Oh lordy, Andy, Andy's a charm, guys. I got all those lures in their tackle box, Andy. Here in a little bit, I might go grab that tackle box and I'll just kind of show it to you. Yeah, my my fingers were bleeding a little bit by the time I got them all untangled, but yeah, it's good. And they're way across the room though. But I went and I bought a couple of packs of trebles so I can rehook a couple of them because yeah, you're right. I sat here with two pairs of needle nose and checked some of the hooks out, and I had two of them actually snap. So they were at that point, you know. But a couple packs of treble hooks, pretty darn cheap, especially to have that gold mine of crankbaits in there. I mean, you guys, I was totally bait poor, and Andy just saved me on that. Okay. Yeah, yeah, great, Gemma. Yeah. Andy says, "Who forgot the thumbs up button?" Andy, he just keeps an eye on you. Hey, what's hey? And Native Gravity, right? Not me, Andy. I was first. Now her and Andy, uh, and more than enough says, "Just keep your pants on below the camera." LOL. Oh yeah, they're on. I'm in shorts. It's hot. It's hot. Yesterday I lucked out. It it was about 84, 83, 84 and humid, but there was a good stiff breeze. And I had on my outing yesterday at two of the locations, I had small little thunderstorms roll over. And the one I just stayed out in the I let it rain. I stayed out. I walked down to the lake. I shoved the camera inside my shirt and made sure it didn't get wet. And just took a slow stroll to the truck, let it rain. So, but I didn't wear shorts yesterday because I knew I'd be tromping around in the woods, and my legs are so beat up. I don't from the knees down. I don't let nobody see that because I'm peeling like a snake from sunburning myself out at Birch Grove on that kayak. But at least I got some color now. But the skin's peeling off terrible. It scared the hell out of the neighbor kids. Okay, I'm going to try to catch up. You guys, um, if I miss something important, remind me, okay? Um, Wanda said my dad's hair was black, but his beard was all gray. I've got, do I? I can't. I'm on Hangouts. I can't. I was going to say, I got a still picture of me from 1978. I'll throw that up one of these nights. And Andy, stop it, Andy. Andy. Oh, geez, Andy. But I'll pop that picture up. You guys can see. My beard was almost a auburn, a red with black accents in it. Yeah, for years it was that way. Yeah, from the head to your chin, eh, Chuck? Because he says my beard is gray and my hair is gone. uh, Wanda says we mostly hunt in Mississippi. I have a 270 and a Buffalo Classic 4570, but it does kick, but it's okay. Hey, 4570 sweet. You betcha. I had an old replica Sharps falling block 4570. I loved it. kicked like a mule, but holy smokes, it knocked an elk down and like nothing. I love that 4570. That was sweet. And I also had a really sweet Remington 270 flat shooting gun. Oh, what a deer rifle. Oh, sweet deer rifle. And at long last, the lures are sorted. Yeah, yeah. Um, Native Grammy. When does the twerking begin? I might have to stay awake. Yeah, no, I ain't got nothing to twerk. I told you guys, I can't. You know, I had a guy one time. He told me, he says, "Watch it, old man. I'll knock you right on your arse." I said, "No, you won't." He says, I sure will." I said, "No, you won't." And I turned around and I said, "I ain't got one." You can't knock me on my ass. I ain't got one. Yeah, Andy says, "I so wish I was allowed to have another rifle, Wanda." Yeah. Hey, look who's in the house. Dennis is here. Hey, Canoe Hound. Yeah. Sty. Hello, everyone. I tell you what, if you guys haven't gone over and watched his latest video of his last camping trip, they went boat camping. He took his dad and he took Dave from Beasley Ironworks with him. Well, didn't take his dad with him. He took his dad out there, if I'm correct, right? It was for his birthday. It was part of his birthday thing, you know. Oh, they had a great camp. Had a great camp. His pop, though, got hurt on the very last day on their way out. He got hurt. He got injured. I felt so bad when I heard that. But get over there and check that video out. It's great. Great. Oh, man. And yes, that was a great sight. Bentley's Backwoods Bushcraft is here too. Everybody say hi to Richard. Hey, Richard, your live stream was great. I didn't catch the first one. I didn't catch the second one while you were live, but I watched the whole thing. And he's got a giveaway going on. Get over there, guys. Get over there. He's got this big box full of stuff. I'll tell you what, I sat there. Yeah. Yeah. He was worried that it just wasn't good enough stuff or enough stuff or what. Richard, you're crazy. That's a great giveaway. That's why I went in. I couldn't help myself. That's a great box of stuff. Yeah. Wanda says my husband has a bunch, but I have 3 and a couple handguns. Good for you. Eileen's in the house. See, I'm so far behind. I'm trying to catch up. Um, yeah, yeah. So again, if I miss anything, Andy talking about postage stamps again. Hey. Milk and sugar. Will the Rocker's in the house. Gosh, we got Eileen, we got Will the Rocker, we've got just so many great people. Wanda, Sean, Carl, Andy, and Gemma's Journey and Native Grammy. I mean, yeah, I got a house full of the best people. I am doing absolutely wonderful there, Will. Yeah, Andy. Yeah, I suggested to Dennis that they're going to come up with on that diaper thing. You got to watch that video, guys, to understand what we're talking about. But I told them, I said they're going to make one of those, and they're going to call it the Depends. Depends on whether you want to go boating, fishing, or just floating. It depends. Um, Jack, great to see you, Jack. Yeah, native Grammy said, guess I better try to nap. Gotta get up and forth. Yes, you had better. As if we could tell you what to do, but you better get some rest. Oh, girl. Richard says, I'll have to take off in about 30 minutes myself. Have to get my kid from work. Yep, life happens, doesn't it? Yeah. Thanks. Thanks, Will. Yep. Hit the thumbs up, guys. And Gemma says, Hi, I'm going camping again in 3 weeks at a classic car show. Oh, that ought to be fun. Yeah, that ought to be fun. Yeah, I was so happy to see you camping. Oh, yeah, going out camping. And I wasn't kidding. Boy, that smile you had on your face at the front end of that video when you were just starting it out, you just that smile is just priceless. Yeah. Yeah, and your suggestion, Dennis, there's my $1 million, I should get that idea going and market that. I've been thinking about that all day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And yeah, the depends. Thanks for throwing up the link to the Facebook Sty Shack there, Grammy. Dennis is saying, I'm leaving for a 1 week adventure to the same place as last week with the family again. Oh, fun, 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 Dennis. Yes, for a week. For a week. My next outing, I keep saying 3 to 6 days. I got a feeling it's going to be 6 days. It's going to be 6 days. I got enough power to run my CPAP machine for 4, and I can do 2 without it. No problem. Especially if I'm out there. So yeah, I'm going to do 6. I'm going to do 6. I'm going to reserve. I picked a really sweet site. It's a little close to the campground drive, but it's right on the water. Right on the water. My kayak. Somebody wants to mess with it. It'd be like messing with something in my kitchen. It's going to be that close. So, oh, it's going to be sweet. It's going to be sweet, and I love that lake for fishing. So yeah, there will be lots of memory cards, lots of extra batteries, my chargers. I got the ability to charge all my camera batteries. I got a bank of chargers I plug in to my truck, charges them all up in no time. So yeah, there'll probably be quite a few videos coming from a week stay out there. Well, Eileen, my day today was really uneventful, other than the fact that Andy K sent me these awesome ramen type noodles. But these aren't like the ramen noodles we have here. When they get done cooking, it's almost like it's creamy and they have a better texture. They're not as just they're not like plain ramen noodles. But he sent me 4 packs of these and I couldn't help myself. I had to try one today. That's my excitement for the day is I had a pack of these and I loved them. I loved them. So I had to stay out of the other 3. Those are going out to camp with me. Richard says, I'd love to get out for more than a night or 2, but the dojo is keeping me super busy, which is a good thing. Yes, it is. It is. It is. That dojo is a big part of your life, Richard. And yeah, yeah. And I think it's great that you, yeah, all your work at the dojo is awesome. That'll keep you going. Jordan, hey, thanks for stopping back. Jordan was here last in our last stream. Yes, great to see you. Yeah, good morning for Jordan. Andy says, like I always say, Richard, when you're getting the money come in, you don't get the time. When you get the time, you ain't getting the money come in. Yeah, that's it. And ain't that, yeah, that's the truth. That's the truth. Time is money. I mean, positive or negative, time's money. So you do like Sty does. You learn how to maximize the minimum amount of money so you have the maximum amount of time. Yeah, yeah. That he was doing his giveaway to hit 2000K. And I was going to tell him, I was going to say, Richard, I'll come over here and doggone it, I'll beat enough subs out of my people to get you over 2000. But his giveaway, yeah, his giveaway is awesome. Yeah, I can't encourage you guys any more than this, but get over there, check him out. You gotta, and if you watch the giveaway video, pay attention to what he says because you're going to have to do something to figure out how you're going to be in the contest. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah. Jordan's saying the same thing. Yeah. Time is money. Oh, yeah. One thing too that Richard and his family did, him and Michelle and his son and his honey, the four of them did this drive-through challenge where you go to the fast food joint and when they ask you, you to go through the drive-through, and when they ask you what you would like to order, you say, "I'll have whatever the vehicle in front of me had," and you don't know what that was, but you're stuck with it. And they did, what was it, 5 places? I mean, it was pretty good. It was. I watched the whole doggone thing, and I was rooting for them for the next stop. Oh, maybe they'll get something really good at the next one. But boy, I tell you what, I want to know how many pee breaks they had to stop and take because they kept getting these big, large sodas. Yeah, they had big sodas all over in their van and they're drinking them. Yeah, it's good. It's funny. Yeah, Dennis's videos are good. His outings, his canoeing outings are the best. I mean, yeah, yeah. And he says, "Do something. I'm not running naked through Parliament again for anyone." I can't believe the hassle and grief I got for that stunt. You're giving me visions I don't really want. Oh boy, how many laws did they change that day, Andy? Who says I'm doing incredible, Jordan, and you. Thanks for the shout out on your last video. Canoe says same for you, Richard. Richard saying lot of drinks, a few burgers. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Yeah. The cheese curds, though, I tell you what, when I saw that you guys got cheese curds, I just like, "Oh, how the heck they get over into Wisconsin?" Uh, we have one A&W left within 100 miles of me. Well, no, there's another one. This A&W is 35 miles from me. The next one is about 70 miles from me. A&W's got deep fried cheese curds. And I go over to A&W because it's kind of up in my stomping grounds going past that little town. And I'll swing in there and I'll just order a couple orders of cheese curds. And Andy says, Dennis, whose channel did we raid the other morning? Well, night for you. Jordan's just woke up and doing just fine too. Jordan says, if I could afford it, I would buy me a canoe. Boy, I saw a great starter canoe. That's not a, I mean, it's not a serious person's canoe. It's a starter. It's for somebody that just wants to get into canoeing, get started. Um, I don't remember. It's one of these ultra thin fiberglass. I don't care for them because, yeah, you're always patching them. They're so thin hulled and they're not like a Kevlar canoe. Um, yeah, you punch a hole in them real easy. So they're great on muddy and sandy lakes, but real rocky stuff, they're high maintenance. But fellas, I just saw it on Craigslist. Lasted one day, of course. Um, and it was in mint shape. It was in mint condition. I don't think they ever used it. 16 footer, weighed 53 pounds, a little heavy, not terrible, not for 16. Um, $200 or best offer. I mean, why would you put our best offer on it? $200. Yeah, it lasted a day. That was a sweet canoe. Yeah, Renaissance is where we took off to after the stream. Yeah, yeah. Richard built a boat out of 2-liter bottles, like pop bottles. Yeah, and he used it for 3 years. Yeah, Andy. Richard says, think about doing another one if I can get myself to do it. Yeah, yeah. Neat project, though. Neat project. I can't remember what town I was in. They had a milk jug boat race on this. It's part of a river, but it's really slow current. It's wide and it's shallow. And they had every Tom, Dick, and Harry in the world out there built these boats out of milk cartons, out of milk. It was a milk carton boat race. And now, mind you, this was back, this was back like 1971. And they used all paper milk cartons, half-gallon milk cartons to build these boats. It was pretty cool. It was fun to watch. Yeah, Sawyer really had fun with that, eh, Andy? Yeah. Bjorn was had canoed as a kid, has some experience. LOL. That's good. That's all right, Dennis. Get yourself packed up. I can't wait till my adventure trailer is empty and I start loading that puppy up for that long camp because I'm going to make sure that I got 6 days with anything and everything I want along. The only thing I won't have is all of the cast iron that Cheesehead gave me that's sitting there with his eyeballs. It has been so hot, miserable. I just started, literally just started pulling that stuff out and getting it looked over. And how am I going to pre-treat to get the rust off? I was going to use white vinegar. I've done it before. It works great. Just soak it in white vinegar for several hours. And then I take the wire brush to it. Yeah, clean up. But it was so stinking hot that day. Just pulling that stuff out of the box. I was becoming dehydrated. The yeah, she said slacker. Yeah. Don't let Cheesehead too close to the campfire, he'll melt. Bradley, I've been out on the river all day with my brother. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, I can't wait for my week-long trip because I'm going to spend all the time I possibly can on the water. I'm going to be on that kayak every moment I can get. Hopefully the weather will be good that week, you know. Yeah. She said, we did. Hey, how was your fishing trip, buddy? Come on here and not fill us in. Wasn't your fishing trip this last week? This week? This last week? Or haven't you gone yet? Oh yeah, Andy. I usually take a couple liters of water with me out on the lake, and then I come into shore 3, 4 times during the day and restock, grab some snacks. Bradley says, Cheesehead, all you need is some wine with that cheese. Yeah, he's already crackers, bloody crackers. Cheese crackers and wine. Cheesehead's bloody crackers and he's drinking wine. Richard says, everyone have a wonderful night. Time to get ready to get the boy. If you're still on when I get back, I'll stop by again. Great, Richard. It'd be great to see you come back. And knowing these guys, they'll probably have me on here. These things have been running until about midnight. So, yeah, between 11 and 12, my time. Andy says Cheese probably didn't catch, so he kept quiet. Cheesehead says, and no AC in the cabin, and then the storms yesterday. Fish? We didn't catch no stinking fish. Well, it's a good thing they had you along to cook. Because I'm sure you made sure that you had food. Oh, jeez. Oh, she said, we had an awesome time, but fishing was very tough. Yeah, You can still have a good time, but it's a bummer when the fishing stuff. Andy says, restock, grab some food, take a seriously desperate leak. Yeah, yeah. With the time differences, it's crazy because I got you folks from all over the place. I mean, I've got folks from Ireland, Switzerland, Sweden, Germany. I've got folks from the UK. I've got folks from Australia jumping on and hanging out. And I always forget how tough it is for some of you folks to watch my streams because of the hours. Yeah. Andy says, and of course, Cheese, you weren't phased by any of it. uh, yeah, Bradley's an hour ahead of me. Cheesehead, melted cheesehead. You got to be careful, Cheesehead. You get around too big of a hungry camp. Can you imagine if Cheesehead was captured by a tribe of cannibals? They'd all be just super happy. They'd be yelling, "Get the bacon! We're gonna have bacon wrapped cheese." And Bradley, the best thing, Bud Light beer with a block of cheddar cheese. Cheesehead said, "Did you just call me fat? Is there such a thing as fat-free cheese?" Oh, I don't know. Oh, Andy, here you go. You're talking to Cheesehead about the stuff we talked about the other day. I'm doing them baby bells. I am. I'm doing them out in camp. I'm going to take that panini pie iron I got from Cheesehead, and I'm going to put hamburger in that puppy with baby bells in it. I'm going to throw some peppers in there probably and some bacon. But I'm doing that. That's going. That's going to be out in that camp. Yeah. Bradley, fat-free cheese for me, please. Mike saying, "Hey, Cheesehead." Chuck says, "You buy the cheese, you get the fat free." Oh, you guys. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of miss having OBS while I'm doing my stream, but I don't miss the fact there's no hiccups. And then this Hangouts is gone on the 1st of August. Yeah, I'll have to work out. I'm looking at all these different backup methods, so yeah, Andy, you're right. You watch those videos and everything will explain itself. Wow. Wow. I got to watch them over again and take notes because you can't take them with me. This week, that's another thing I'm doing in the evenings is I totally wipe my laptop and I'm dropping a few programs I want on it, getting it all back up and close to running decent so that I can take that with in the adventure trailer. So no, you can keep your IBS. Yeah, OBS is enough BS. More than enough says those pudgy pies look tasty. Oh, pudgy pies are good. I tell you what, that flour tortilla with the apple pie filling with the caramel sauce on top out at my camp, that cheese brought the fixings for and we cooked on the fire. Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, I thought about those for quite a while. Yes, yes. In fact, Cheesehead, if you try to start a Hangout stream right now, it pops it right up in the middle of your Hangouts. This will be gone August 1st. If you want to fast stream, use YouTube dot some BS. Um, yeah, yeah. It's the minute you try to load up Hangouts, it tells you, man, it's all over it, telling you, no, this ain't going to be here August 1st. It's going, it's gone. And that's coming right from Google, right in Hangouts. That's not somebody's opinion or nothing. Yeah, it's for sure. Oh, Bradley says loaded peppers for dinner tonight for me and my wife is making them as we speak about cheese. I love stuffed bell peppers. I'm going to do those out at camp. I stuff them. I got a way I mix up my burger and stuff them. It's got rice and seasonings and stuff. Anyway, stuff them peppers, and then I smother them in tomato sauce, season a little bit, cook them slow. I hope I can have that Dutch oven ready to go and season for that trip because that's what I'd love to do them in. I love them. And he says, and then you got the dishes, correct, Bradley? Yeah. Yeah, she fixed the peppers, you do the dishes. Chuck says, bet those apples are still hot. I think they are. I could not believe cheese is going, oh, hot, hot, oh, hot. And he's forcing himself to finish that thing. Well, it tastes so darn good, you couldn't help but take another bite. And right to his last bite, he's going, ooh, that's still hot, still hot. Well, it's still a few minutes after that. And then I took my first bite, lit me up like a firecracker. Boy, do they hold the heat. Bradley says, Andy, I got a lot of dishes. She said, send next time a bag of doggy doo-doo to replace his OBS. Don't do that. Hey, Skills just popped in the campfire. Look at there. He just strolled in, threw a log on the fire, and said, good evening, Sty. Howdy, peeps. And as he says, look at the monkey butts. Not monkey butts, Twinkie butts. And every time he says Twinkie butts, in my head, I go, monkey butts. It's good to see you, Gil. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, Gil, I just want you to know, buddy, I go over and I catch your streams whenever I see one pop up and I'm in the house. I put it on. 90% of the time I'm off doing stuff, but I got it cranked up so I can listen to what's going on. And yeah, I just haven't been chatting. Yeah, I'm terrible about not chatting as much as I should. Yeah, you didn't put it in the trailer, she said. Not my trailer. I tell you what, the lock set I got, I ruined a bolt cutter having to remove two of those locks. I mean, it actually damaged the jaws on my bolt cutter. So I pitched it. It was junk. Got the locks off, but boy, was that a chore. I had to put two breaker bars on the handles of the bolt cutter to snap them locks. And my trailer's got three of them on it. Yeah, Gil. Isn't that so true? We all got stuff to do, even if we don't wanna. Yeah, we got 17 folks in the house. I tell you what, anybody that has not been over to Gil Skills, you best get over there. You best get over there. His streams are a blast, and he's a support you channel. I mean, he'll do anything he can to support you. He's so good. He's so good. Yeah. Yeah, we did. In fact, Andy, we did try using a hacksaw on one of those locks. And after wrecking the third blade and only being in maybe about a 16th of an inch into that stinking lock, that's when we said, not, let's give her with that bolt cutter. Yeah. See, and that's the thing is a smart person wants to get into my trailer. They'll hacksaw those big, heavy metal hasps. They won't try to cut through that padlock I got on there. They'll cut through those metal hasps. It'll take them a fifth of the amount of time. And I should have kept my mouth shut because now Cheesehead will go cut the hasps off my trailer and throw that bag of dog crap in there. Whoa, hey, folks, we got Wolfpack Woodcraft in here. Hey, Corey, I assume it's Corey. It could be his honey, his other half. I just watched her with that last MRE review. She likes those MREs, don't she? But hey, guys, if you haven't been over to Wolfpack Woodcraft, get over there. Get over there. Check them out. Great channel. Great channel. And he's been coming up quick. He's doing great. I mean, yeah, they're great people. You just got to go check them out. The yeah, cutting torches. Andy's saying, yeah, yeah, and that's I didn't have anybody close by that had a cutting torch. Otherwise, that's what I would have done. I would have just blown the locks off with a cutting torch, gas axe them off of there. Yeah, I'm having a great night. Everybody, it's been great, Corey. Yeah. I always got a great group in here. I get the best, just the best people. She said, drill's good for taking trailer skins off. Well, where that trailer's sitting, you go out there and start pulling trailer skins off of it. You'll have the cops there before you get the first one off. Yeah, Gills. Yeah, any day to wake up's a good day. Yeah, Native Grammy. She's my eyes. She keeps an eye on you guys. Yeah, she's supposed to be asleep, right, Andy? Yeah, it's me, LOL. Oh. Corey's saying she loves those MREs. They're her favorite thing, new favorite thing. Yeah. Yeah, And that last one had so many items in it. She was just, you could tell she's all excited. Look at all these things that came in this one. And just, I get such a kick out of it. Running Water says, wouldn't it be easier to drop the dog crap through the roof? Running Water, you want me to disown you, boy? Don't be giving him no darn ideas. No, I ain't worried about it. I ain't worried about it. You took the ladder with you, right? On the truck. Otherwise, he ain't climbing up there. Oh, Running Water, you're so much help. Hey, thanks, Gil. He says, party hardy. Yeah, we will. Native Grammy. What? Typing in my sleep? Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Gemma says that I put her to sleep. That she can listen to me and she can fall asleep. Well, hey, you know, we all got to be good for something. And if I can put somebody to sleep, hey, I did my part. Oh, hey, White Cloud, good to see you. Good to see you. Great. What a great group tonight, boy. Boy, I see we're up to 19 watching right now. That's great. That is awesome. That's all with a silencer. Oh, he's bringing out the big guns now. Jeez, Ed. Yeah, it's not as hot here where I'm at as a lot of places, but it's humid. It's humid. I'm looking right now, it's 78 degrees in the apartment here. And after the stream, I'll fire the air back up for the night. I got up this morning and it was a beautiful 70 degrees in here. I shut that air off and I didn't turn it on all day. And I kept the drapes closed for the occasional sun that came in. It wasn't much, but it just got humid in here. Not that hot, but humid. And now it's warm and humid, 78 and high humidity. So and he says, just take the trailer somewhere quiet and make as much noise as you like, Cheese. I thought all you guys were my friends. That sty trailer only it has less than 450 miles on that trailer. That trailer is virtually brand new. And you guys are telling Cheese to just haul it off and trash it now. Oh my gosh, you guys. You just want you you just want it to look like a shack. That's what there now. That's the sty shack. Look at that thing with it's got loose sheeting on it. It's got gas axe torch marks on it. It's got the roof vent is smashed, and it's even got dog crap on the floor. Now there's a sty shack for you. Thanks, guys. Hey, Derek's back. Good to see you again, Derek. White Cloud says, Andy, watch your videos, laugh my butt off. Yeah, they can be pretty good. um, yeah, I'm again falling behind. Canoe Hound says, still with you guys, just packing and listening. I know how that is. I know how that is. I don't even remember which stream it was. I was watching earlier today, and I'm sitting here stuffing all this tackle that Andy sent me into a tackle box, and wasn't watching it, I was listening to it, Well, when you got a host that's kind of telling you what's going on in the chat, a lot of times you can just listen to a live stream. Some of these streams that have 80 or 100 people in it, and the chat's going so darn fast, it looks, I mean, you can't keep up with it. Then they're hard to listen to. Chills TV, hey, great to see ya. Great to see ya. Well, Corey over at Wolfpack says, I used to wire Yeti fish house and Bear Track aluminum trailers. Those aluminum trailers are getting better and better. Yeah, I like mine. It's all steel frame. It's all steel frame, and the aluminum sheeting is good and tight, and it's paneled on the inside. They only paneled on the center on the roof. I don't know why they do that, but all of them I looked at same way. I think I'm going to birch panel the roof, but I'm going to put some insulation in it. I want this to be a 3-season trailer. I want to be able to do spring, summer, and fall in it. Just ain't going to haul it around out in the snow. And he says, how much gear you taking, Dennis? Everything. Mine goes in one pack in my pockets, LOL. Hey, he's going out with the whole family, though. He's taking the family out. Bradley says, Andy, I owned a beer. I've been a good boy all day. Oh, he's having a beer. Yeah. Okay. Jordan's running off to get some coffee. Yeah, we do that a lot around here, running off for coffee. My sty cup's out in my truck, so I have to use these. I buy these at the Dollar Tree. You get 5 of them in a pack for $1, so 20 cents a piece. A 5-pack lasts me a month because each cup lasts me for almost a week before it starts wearing out. The lid cracks or something. So I always have coffee cups. White Cloud says, I cannot wait to see this epic mobile. Yeah. Within 2 weeks, I'm going on I got to quit saying 3 to 6 day. More like 5 to 6 day camping trip. First time taking that trailer up. Looking forward to it. That's one thing that I'm saving for. You guys are gonna. There you go. You guys are gonna say Stye's nuts. He's nuts. That's just Stye. That's just the way I am. I don't have a spare tire for that trailer. It's got awesome mag wheels on it, and I mean these are high quality automotive tires on it, not cheap, skins. They're just they're good quality tires. But I got no spare. So I gotta go to Walmart and buy myself a spare for that trailer. Just in case. I'm taking it to some pretty rough spots. So I better White Cloud says, dang, I like the mic. Yeah, I've got a blue Snowball. They ain't cheap. And it just wasn't working. And it got to the point where nobody could hear me. So I had to kick out and buy this swing arm with the mic, blah, blah, blah. And this whole rig didn't cost me as much as that blue snowball, and this rig's good. It's independently powered, and yeah, it's a much better rig. And he's asking anyone tried the Condor cave lore yet? Boy, that thing really looks wicked, though, Andy. Yeah, 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 yeah. You have to dress up like a caveman to carry that puppy around with you. Clan of the Cave Bear cutting tools. She says, put some skies on the trailer in the winter. Skis. Skies. Skis. Hey, yeah, getting it there, though. What am I going to pull it with? Bradley says, I'm good. I'm good for something. I drink beer and piss off my wife the best way I know how. Well, as long as you're I always say, whatever you set out to do it well. uh, Where's the cups I gave you? He says. Right there. Both of them. They don't got lids on them. I used one the other night. Guess what I had in it? I used one of these the other night. It's just the right size for me. I had a root beer float in that. I got myself a can of A&W root beer and got myself a pint of ice cream and had a root beer float. Jordan got back with his coffee. I don't know if Mike's still here or not, Andy. Bradley says it's my turn to go get some coffee. Yeah, we need somebody going around the campfire with the coffee pot, topping everybody off, Corey says, that is the same setup I have. It works really well. Yeah, I like it. Yeah. I've had a few times that the audio seemed to be awful low. It just didn't seem to be putting out well. Well, I went into OBS and I just cranked up the bit rate, and that seemed to help quite a bit. But I don't know, Corey, have you been having any trouble with OBS? I mean, now that's 3 out of 4. My last 4 live streams, 3 of them, I had trouble with OBS and YouTube. Buffering like you wouldn't believe. Just nothing but trouble. I jump on Hangouts, not a single glitch. And then Hangouts is gone August 1st. Bummer. Andy says, debating buying one, but not cheap over here. Don't want a peg on my belt. Yeah. Yeah. White Cloud say, Native Grammy doing good. Sorry, had to help the wife out. Nothing wrong with helping the wife out. In my case, yeah, helping her out the door. Yeah, that was I didn't mind helping her out. Ain't I terrible? Ain't I terrible? Oh, what I can say, God bless her. I loved her. You notice I was in the past tense. Okay. Yeah, Native Grammys videos are cool. I love jumping over there and watching. Corey's saying OBS is driving me crazy. I hate using it. OBS is always updating and changing things. It really drives me crazy. Yeah, me too. And I tried to use the Streamlabs OBS instead of the standard. Oh, I couldn't get a stream going for the life of me using the Streamlabs OBS. And now after their last update, that's what I realized is it was after their last update. Now, last Sunday's stream without a hitch, not a single problem. The two before that, nothing but glitches constantly. And then tonight's, I had to kill the stream and pull it back up as a Hangouts stream just to get it to work. Cheesehead's talking cheese again to Joran. Yeah. White Claw, yeah. And he says, I wonder, Sty, could the issue of late be caused by going through two platforms, OBS and YouTube, rather than just one? OBS is an open broadcasting system or software, and it's a freeware. And almost all the streams you see going on are either through Hangouts or through OBS. Almost all of them. Some of them are direct through Streamlabs or YouTube. And I think it's no, see OBS is geared for YouTube, and the way YouTube is set up, all they're supposed to do is take that stream, take what's streaming from OBS and let it float in your live. But it looks like what's happening is for some reason when OBS now tonight, that's what I noticed. OBS kept shutting down. And I kept getting these notifications that YouTube wasn't taking the data. It was sending, but there was nothing being received. Then YouTube turns around and blames OBS and says, not enough data received. So, yeah. Oh, I see that. Bradley, I'm back with my stuffed peppers. Andy, sorry, old bar steward syndrome in Sty's case. At least you didn't say old bearded sap. Pass them around, Bradley. Listen to your elders. Chuck just said you got to pass them around. Corey's saying you have to go through a system to go live on YouTube or Facebook. OBS is supposed to work together, but OBS glitches nonstop. Actually, Corey, you can go live straight through YouTube. It's YouTube camera. It's yeah. You go to live events. You set it up in live events like you do Hangouts. And you do it just directly through your webcam, right through YouTube, right through YouTube. But the thing is, doing that, just like with Hangouts, you can't do intros. You can't have things going on in the background and stuff. You don't get all of the bells and whistles that you get with a streaming software package like OBS. Um, yeah, right. It's like going live from your phone. Yeah, you have no features. You don't have any control. It's just like what you're seeing now. What you have here, that's Hangouts. I mean, with regular Hangouts, with OBS, I could take Hangouts and plug it into OBS as a frame and have all kinds of OBS stuff going on around it. But you can't do it. You can't do that in Hangouts. You can't do it in the YouTube Direct Live. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's just like streaming off of a phone without any of those features. Yeah. And he says, I wonder if OBS is sending substandard signals to YouTube and that's causing the problems while it's telling you it's all fine. Yeah, yeah. Woulda, shoulda, coulda, mighta, maybe, probably. you know, you know. I'm so untech savvy that all I know is Sty is the kind of guy where it got to work or I'm going to shut it off. I ain't, they need to make it work, not me. Bradley says, Chuck, I don't siblings, much less my elders, just say, don't listen. It's, yeah, siblings, much less my elders. Yeah. Andy, yeah. Nah, you ain't no glitz and glamour person. You don't need the bells and whistles, mate. Yeah, I know. I really, you know, when I went to OBS, I was having fun with it. I like being able to, like around the campfire, having the nice background and having that up here in the corner going, and the banner running by. I like putting those few things up there. It was fun to have it there. But I didn't start out that way. And looks like unless OBS gets cleaned up a little bit, um, I don't want to have to do this every single time I have a stream, start out in OBS and then find out, no, I'm going to have to use some other alternative. Yeah, we'll see. Bradley says, Chuck, my wife better be glad she got some there blank good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got all fired up tonight, Corey, when it started messing up. I mean, told everybody, sorry, don't go anywhere. Just I'm going to shut it down. Watch for the next one because it's coming up in a couple minutes. And you worry, I'm going to lose all my viewers because I got to shut the stream down and start a fresh one. Yeah, yeah. Um, I think I just have to plan a little better ahead and let people know if things start glitching really bad, we're shutting her down and watch. I'll start a fresh one under a different system. Because this worked good. I mean, this worked really good. It's a shame it's gone August 1st. And he says, it's so good. Oh, no, wait a minute. Yeah. And he says, it's so good still having so many elders around. I dread the day I become an official elder to anyone but my kids. She said, stop your belly aching. Can't use your pictures of Cheesehead. Right. It's a bummer I can't put your arse up there with the hat on. Chuck says she had better get some, or you might not. Oh, Chuck. Bradley saying, Andy, I love my elders. I just don't give them what I'm eating. Get your own. Thank you. Andy says, if they're older, Bradley, they have likely already eaten more than you anyway. Bradley says, Chuck, she better hurry. They're going down just fine. Yeah. Limited supply. Chuck says, I make a pretty poor elder or role model. Pity the ones who look up to me. The I always thought, yeah, when you get to a certain age and then they're looking up to you. Oh, yeah, I look up to him. How many of them are going to just walk right past when you're laying on the ground because they never look down to see that you're laying there? uh, or he says, I hope they figure it out. I like talking to everyone. It's a lot of fun getting feedback from everyone. Yeah, it is, Corey. And that's why I keep doing them. It works out great for my Sty Story Sundays to tell a Sty story, and then we chat for hours afterwards sometimes. And then around the campfire, I love it because all of us folks get together and we talk about so many different topics. It's so enjoyable. I mean, it sure beats the heck out of other media. I mean, I, I'll go out of my way to spend time with all you folks. Television and other media, nah, only if it's convenient. And he says, LOL, Chuck, could be worse. Some fool could tell them to follow in my footsteps. Bradley limit amount in stock. Secondhand ones available in a few days. Oh, you guys. Yeah, Andy, or fly as high as an engine. And that's it. Telling people, young'uns, don't follow my footsteps. If anything, you look at my footsteps and you walk around them. You do your best to walk around those footsteps because you'll eventually get to where I am, but it probably won't. You probably won't trip and fall as much as I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Don't take my example. Take my advice. See, Bradley, my ex-wife, she never made stuffed peppers. Never, 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 never. I did. I was the stuffed pepper maker. And yeah, she ate them. I made them. That's the way a lot of the food around our place was. Corey Wolfpack says, I just want to live to be 100 years old so I can mess with people when they ask how I got so old. I make I will make up stuff like I ate a pine cone every day or I never stepped on a crack in the sidewalk. Yeah. 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 I always wondered what it'd be like to be that 100, a centurion sitting on a front porch somewhere, and a neighborhood kid's coming by. Hey, Sty, come here, kid, come here, come here. I got some wisdom for you. And you take that home, tell your mom. Oh, there'll be a lot of kids getting in trouble. And he says, follow in my footsteps at your peril. I will accept no responsibility for everything that happens to you otherwise. Learn by my mistakes and don't do what I keep doing. Yeah. 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 I think Corey's hit that one right on the head. That would be, see, and I tell everybody says to me, they said, "Oh, Sty, what if you ever got to the stage where you just couldn't get around? You just couldn't. All they could do is plop you in a chair out on the porch, and that's you're outdoors." I said, "Do it. When I get to that stage, you make sure get my butt out there, so I can yell at people walking down the street. Hey, come here, come here, come, yeah, come over here. I got something to tell you." I just feel them so full of BS. OBS. I got a story. Oh, BS. Yeah. Oh, gosh, you guys. Uh, Bradley says, Chuck, she still will get a chance to get some when I go to the river. Yeah. Andy says, eat nutmeg, eat a nutmeg a week to live to a ripe old age. Yeah, you'll probably be pretty ripe, especially if you live a long time. Dennis over at Canoa says, you crack me up, Sty. You're growing Andy's sense of humor. Uh-oh. Is he rubbing off on me? No, actually, my friendship with Andy, he has, how should I put it? He's brought more out of Sty. Sty was trying to be too tactful at the beginning of his YouTube days. And Andy's just loosened up Sty's lips. uh, Chuck's saying, like the guy who ate a pinch of gunpowder every day, lived to be 100, but blew a 10-foot hole in the cemetery wall when he died, or a crematory wall when he died. Yeah. Uh, Bradley says, I tell my nephews, do not follow in my footsteps. Just take my advice. Exactly. That's what I tell people to. Take it, like Andy was saying earlier. Yeah, I don't mind if folks take my experiences to avoid going through hardships. Um, and I'll try to give them advice to not have to go through what I did to get there. Yeah, Joran, Corey's channel, Wolfpack Woodcraft, yeah, it's great. It's a great channel. And he says, when I get really old, I'll call the kids over. I got something for you. Then give them my old incontinence pad and tell them to put it in the bin for me. LOL. uh, yeah, Corey said, don't do anything I wouldn't do twice. you you have to try everything at least once. Yeah, yeah. And that's it. That's so true too. Is Yeah. Yeah. That's when you start getting the tag stupid, when you start doing things twice, dumb things twice. Yeah. That's when people start putting that sign on your forehead. Stupid. Andy, rephrase that, please. There's no way to rephrase that. It all depends, Andy. It's all depends. Oh, hey, thanks, Dennis. Yeah. Oh, that's nice of you, bud. That's great. Yeah. As the resources improve, I've got, oh, ouch. Ah, I will have Dennis down the road here get me some Style logo stickers made. But yeah, when resources are really good, I just love that decal Dennis put on his canoe. I just love that. So yeah, I'm gonna want decals for the adventure trailer. And I want to put the statement on the side of it, Sty Shack 2. Now, when I say Sty Shack 2, that's not the number 2. That's Sty Shack also. Sty Shack 2, TOO, because it's just an extension of the Sty Shack. Jordan says, to Corey over at Wolfpack, you're way welcome. And I need to go over to your channel. I'm back after a YouTube burnout, and I haven't been on your channel for a while, and I need to catch up with your videos. Oh, that happens, Joran. Yeah. um, yeah, yeah. I've been through burnout where you just can't watch anymore. Yeah, you get burned out, and then you go back and you try to play catch up, and yeah, you do the best you can. Don't ever let YouTube make your life difficult. Because if it's making your life difficult, then you're not enjoying yourself. You're not having fun. Yeah. Take in what you can and still have fun. And you need to rephrase the Andy's rubbing off on me. Those old church wenches will be getting jealous and sending me hate mail. Yeah, yeah, they'll find out I'm closer to a friend that lives in the UK than I'll ever be to them. uh, hey, thanks, Corey. Corey's over at Wolfpack Woodcraft says, I have to get going. I hope you have a great night. Well, absolutely, Corey. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any contributions, they go into material costs, overhead costs of me getting out and doing content. Yeah, yeah. It all goes, and not a single penny of it doesn't go into costs related to being outdoors or the equipment that I use out there. So so yeah, you know where that'll go. That was great. Thank you. Andy K. That canoe hound decal was when Dennis had been dieting for a while. Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, at least Dennis. Yeah, yeah. Don't ever, yeah. Take care of yourself so they don't carve you all up, and you can still take a shirt off and have the camera running out there at camp. You and Dave going swimming in your diapers. Sty wouldn't let that on film. Not me. Chuck says, I forgot about the church wenches, Andy. And Andy says, Chuck, I doubt Sty will ever forget the experience. Oh, no, no, you guys. Man, that night you were telling me, yeah, we could just picture him standing up on the roof of his truck with all these old church ladies all surrounding him around the truck, fighting over who's going to get him first. Yeah, gosh, you guys, give me nightmares. It's like a zombie movie for crying out loud. Them old church ladies scared the crap out of me. Yeah, Jordan's saying, Sty, well, that was really horrible when I got that burnout. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Bradley. Yeah. Good advice to your nephews there. Yeah, yeah. It sure can be, can it, Corey? Um, I try to keep the overhead costs, all my costs down as much as possible. And really, what I'm doing now is with the adventure trailer, once that's pretty well tweaked and tricked out, um, unless it's something very important to the content, I'm not going to be spending a lot of money other than getting out there um, and actually producing content, you know. Yeah, it's tough sometimes. Camera gear. Well, it's like last fall when I dropped that Vixie 800, brand new Vixie 800, dropped it in Foster Falls, dropped it right in the drink. I managed to scavenge it, get it out of there, not before it trashed. Well, the viewfinder's totally trash, gone. Don't work at all anymore, and it's all touchscreen. The Vixia 800, and I checked all over the place. It cost me about $225 to do the repairs on it that I'd need to do to have it back to normal operating. It still records okay. So that's the one that's mounted on the back of my kayak when I'm out. That's the one I set up on the trail if I'm hiking down a trail because I can't see what it's. I've got a line of sight. I got to just point it in a direction and have it on full wide angle so that I know I'm getting something in the viewfinder because I can't see it. I can't tell what it's filming. So, but it downloads any video I make with it fine. You know, it's just that I can't point it. That's all I can do is point it and hope I'm hitting something with it. You know, but yeah, that was an expensive hit to have a camera that was less than 3 months old fall in the drink and have to turn right around and buy another one. That was another almost $300 out of my pocket. Ouch. Yeah. Hey, old man. Hey, 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 hey. Great to see you. Just got home. Yeah. How is your pop healing up there, Dennis? I, um, yeah, yeah. Corey had to take off. It's so great having him over here, though. Yeah, I just sure hope everybody ran over there and checked his channel out. Dennis says, had dinner with Dad tonight and he is feeling much better, but still sore. Oh, I bet. And the closing of that video, that happened out at the campsite, right? That he fell. And at the closing of the video, I'll tell you what, your old man stuff. Yeah. Because if that closing was done after he fell, you weren't showing it. You weren't showing it. Tough old bird. You tell him to take care of himself, Dennis, from all of us over here. I knew a Hazel once. Yeah, she was a witch. Yeah, and she just loved to run over your bruises. Chuck says, well, I'm heading out to dream about stuffed peppers and church wenches. Got a busy night ahead of me. LOL. Good night, Chuck. Yeah, get them old church wenches to make you up a bunch of peppers. Old man. Andy the Bobby's looking for you. LOL. Andy. Yeah, that's an Andy statement there. Sweet, sweaty dreams. Andy says, old man, great to see you here. Yep. Those boys and girls in blue always want to have a chat about something or other. I just deny everything and plead the fifth. They then tell me I got no fifth to plead. That's when you tell them, no. This is the fifth time I've been pleading with you. uh, yep, throw another log on the fire, and there's an extra cup of coffee if you want to stop over for it. I got plenty. Wandering Nature, great to see you, girl. Hey, for you guys that haven't been keeping up with her, yeah, she got her shells done in her van. They look great. Turned out great. It's great to see you, Wandering Nature. Everything going well for you, I hope. And there's Rod. Yeah. And he's saying that, and Rod's finally back from the pub, too. Look. Rod says, no pub for this old fart. That's me, too. Wandering Nature says, tornado warnings here tonight. Not good. Not good. You stay safe, girl. If you can't relocate yourself out of the reach of that storm, make sure that you're located somewhere that's got a good solid shelter for you to get into if you need to. Yeah, Dennis says he's one tough old bugger and was feeling okay on an oxy. Oh yeah. Yeah. An oxy perks us right up, us old boys. And he says, might want to put a few anchors out tonight, Wandering Nature. Yeah. Wandering Nature, witch Hazel, LOL. Yeah, that old witch Hazel. You guys think I'm kidding? I really have not. I'm not. When I was a teenager, we had a gal in my hometown. Her name was Hazel. And she was just a mean woman. Oh, she was mean and nasty. And yeah, she was an old marm. Boy, she had never had any children. She had never been married, and I can see why. And oh yeah, she was just nasty, nasty. And then when I learned what witch hazel was, it just stuck with me way back then. That well, I know a witch that's Hazel, right down the road down there. She lives down at the end. Yep, Hazel the witch, witch Hazel. Yeah, witch hazel is good for bruises. In fact, my grandmother used to make a poultice with witch hazel whenever we'd get banged up. Yeah, old man, there you go. Andy, what you do next time is hand them a fifth of scotch. Empty. That's probably why they stopped you. Because you're walking down the street with a nearly empty fifth of scotch. Yeah, wandering nature. And he says, good idea, old man. Although I only have 4 bottles of Stella Troyes in the house, and they're my boys. Perhaps I could offer them an alternative to improve their day. Yeah, or ruin yours. Running water, hard to find witch hazel without alcohol in it. Oh, the hazel I knew as a kid, you wouldn't want to put alcohol in that one. You put alcohol in that witch hazel, and boy, you got your hands with it. Now we got a tornado warning. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. I don't know. I'm just in a mood, I guess. I do know some people make like a tincture um, with hitch, yeah, witch hazel, um, and of course they use alcohol to make the tincture. Um, why are you afraid of alcohol? Running water. And he says, I heard the rainbow people are in Wisconsin next year again. Like, nope, 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 nope. They the Forest Service will not allow them. They said they're not allowed in the same state in consecutive years. Yeah, witch hazels used to cut down some tattooings. Yeah, that's old school actually. Yeah, still used by a lot of artists though. Um, Rod says alcohol make your hair fall out. Oh yeah, yeah. Anybody watch NBA? Well, no. If you ain't got a big beard, you watch NBA for his woodworking skills and his singing. But I watch his beard videos on how to care for a beard. I mean, that guy, yeah, he's got that awesome beard. He can put 4 of them rubber band things in his beard. That's how long his beard is. Um, and boy, oh boy, you mentioned alcohol. He even warns you when you're drinking, don't spill. You don't want that alcohol on your beard because it's so bad for the hair. Yeah. Yep. And he says, explains a fair bit there, Rod. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why is my hair so thin? uh, it must have been all the orange juice in those screwdrivers I was drinking. And he says, okay, time for a hair joke. Yeah, Rod says, it sure does. He's explaining a bit. Yeah, it sure does for me. He says, Running Water says witch hazel is good for burns and cuts, not so good with alcohol in it. Not for burns and cuts. No, 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 no. But I tell you what, I'd still rather get a splash of alcohol on a burn or cut versus that old mercurochrome and straight iodine. As a kid, that's all we had. That's all they ever used. Yeah, scream like a banshee. Yeah, that crap burn. Old man says, Andy, I wouldn't offer them any Thunderbird beer. It would make them bad enemies for you. Yeah. And he says, young married couple and the guy's going bald. He hates it. And it begins to affect their love life. So his wife talks him into the two of them going to see a doctor. Yeah, Rod. Only thing alcohol is good for is cleaning parts. Yeah, I've used it to clean internal parts quite often in the past. That is terrible. And he says, at the doctor's, he says, have you tried this? Sort of that, et cetera, et cetera. In the end, he says, all that's left is to get your wife excited in bed and rub your head in it next morning. Yeah, Rod. LOL, me too. The next morning, the guy wakes up with a massive head of hair. That night, they go out to celebrate, and in the pub, hubby sees this bald guy with a really dishy-looking woman. I gotta tell him, he says to his wife. Sharing info. Andy's busy typing away to get his. There it is. So he taps the guy on the shoulder. The guy turns around and has a beard like Sty on a rough day. The wife giggles, and the hubby says, you dirty old bar steward. Don't touch that. You don't know where it's been. Guys are terrible. You guys are terrible. And it's so early yet in the evening. So, all right, folks. Some of you might want to cover your children's ears for this one. They probably won't understand it anyway. Um, but I got to get this off my chest because of Andy. Thank you, Andy. So this fella, he's the human resources supervisor for a big office complex. And this gal comes in and she says, I want to file a sexual harassment charge against Harold. And he goes, why? What has Harold done? And she goes, well, every day He waits outside the elevator until I get on the elevator. When I get to work, when I get on the elevator, there's Harold, and he gets on with me every single day. And the guy says, so he's riding the elevator. And she goes, no, no, no. He stands there and he says to me, oh, your hair smells so good. Every single day. And he does it when I get to work and when we leave. He's got to be on the same elevator with me. And every single time he tells me, your hair smells so good. She says, so I want him fired for sexual harassment. And that HR manager, he goes, that's a compliment. That's not an insult. I think Harold's being nice to you. And she goes, Harold is only 4'3" tall. Okay. 20 to 4 in the morning. Yeah. Ooh. Ouch. Gary Irwin, good to see ya. Good to see ya. Could you make a tincture of witch hazel with apple cider vinegar? I really don't see why you couldn't. I really, I don't know, but I don't see why you couldn't. Andy's saying the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, Andy, LOL style. Poor Harold. Oh, your hair smells so nice. Did I forget to say that she's 6'2"? No, that's terrible, terrible, terrible. That's one problem with getting old. You heard so many things. I've heard so many things in 62 years that should not be repeated. And so often that crap falls out of my mouth. Oh no, I've been holding that for 45 years. I told myself back then that should never ever be repeated. And there it goes, falls out of my mouth. Oh, yeah. That's why people that go through life um lie to me, Pinocchio. Lie. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Pinocchio, I didn't know you could stand on your hands that long. I got stop it, Andy. You're taking me down this wild, wicked path, and I just don't know where it ends. I just got to be careful where I'm hiking. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Wandering nature with the Pinocchio face. Oh, that is too good, girl. Oh, for crying out loud. Oh, you folks. Rod's saying going to use vinegar, salt, and Dawn dish detergent to kill grass around the houses in the neighborhood. At least the lawns I cut. I knew a guy that he had a lawn service thing going on, and there was this one place he just hated to mow that place, hated it. He goes over there and he mows it, right? And he mows it short. That grass was no more than 2 inches tall, if that. Lawn looked great. He went back about a day or so later, dropped his deck a little further, and he mowed that grass down to about an inch tall. And he waited 2, 3 days. Then he went back and he had that dang deck. He was blowing dirt more than he was grass out of that thing. And he didn't mow that lawn the rest of the summer. It all burned off. The sun burned it all off. He says, I killed that lawn. I hated that place. I hated that lawn. Oh, man. I said, I don't think your customers too happy. Yeah, they're trying to figure out what's wrong with their lawn. I told him, yeah, it's terrible. Terrible. Just think of all the money I'm missing out mowing your lawn. You know. Oh, yeah. Copper powder works really well too, Rod. Yeah, over here you get caught sprinkling copper powder out on the ground. They might come after you. EPA would just love that one. Any heavy metals at all. Rod says, don't have to weed eat. But if the brownies are made well, I would eat, yeah. Gary says, Rod, that works great on poison ivy. Oh, yeah, getting rid of poison ivy. That can be a chore, actually. Yeah, the family home, when I grew up, we had a big patch of poison ivy in one part of our property. And I don't remember what it was that my granddad came up with, some concoction. And he sprayed that stuff there and finally killed it all off. Rod, LOL. Yeah, yeah. Oh, poison ivy. I am so fortunate. I'm so fortunate. Do any of you folks, did any of you know? Actually, 3 out of 5 people actually build what's considered a general immunity to poison ivy if they've caught it a few times and it wasn't excessively extreme. That's what happened to me as a kid, man. I got into that stuff quite often, and I'd get it on my feet, like between my toes, or I'd get it between my fingers often because I'm reaching and grabbing stuff in the woods, you know. And once in a while, I'd get a little on my arms. Never had it on my face, never had it on any major body area, but I had it so often. And then it got to the point I did not, and I was in the woods so much. I'm digging around where there's poison ivy all over the place. I didn't get affected by poison ivy for, oh, geez, a good 40 years. And then 5 years ago, I got into a patch of poison ivy. Yep, got it back. Had it down my left hand and on my forearm and a little on my right hand. But I was smart. I could feel it right away within an hour of coming in contact with it. Took those clothes off, super hot water, lots of detergent, scrubbed them puppies, got in the shower, and I didn't touch nothing with either hand because I had been touching my forearms and my hands with both hands. And that's as far as it went because I wasn't scratching it and spreading the oils. It managed to stay localized. And now I haven't had it again for 5 years. And I've been in the woods a lot. And I walk around always wearing shorty socks. My ankles are always scratched to hell and it's banged up. But I can't stand high socks when I'm hiking. And I haven't gotten poison ivy in the last 5 years. Andy, Iron Maiden, Metallica, never tried that. We'll have to put the stereo in the garden early one morning to see if it shrinks the grass for me. Austin, hey, good to see ya. Good to see you, Austin. Austin says, couldn't be me. I've been getting it every year since I was like 12. Yeah, yeah, they say that about 40% of the population will always get it. They'll always react when they come in contact. But that 60% of the population will adapt, basically have a, to a degree, a resistance to the reaction to the poison ivy. And I was fortunate that I wasn't fortunate as a kid because I had it, it seemed like I had it all the time, but little spots of it here and there all the time. Canoe Hound says, good Lord, I get poison ivy really bad and in places that any guy should not get it. In the USA, there is a product called Zanfil, which is great to wash away poison ivy. Yep. That's I've recommended Zanfil to folks. Yep. Seems as if I walk within 5 feet of it, I get it. Well, see, and there's something people don't understand either. They're walking down a trail, right? And they go, "Oh, look at there! There's a patch of poison ivy. Don't walk in that. Don't walk over in that." And then just beyond it's a bunch of ferns over the trail, and they're walking through, and those ferns are rubbing on their bare legs. You know how many animals? Get this. Most wild animals do not get a reaction to poison ivy other than in their mouths if they try to eat it. Otherwise, it doesn't react to their skin. But they walk through it, and the oils from the plant gets on the animal, and they walk through those ferns, and you walk through those ferns, and guess what? You've got poison ivy 30 feet away from the dang plants because they've spread those oils down the trail. People don't realize that. It's the oils from the plant that you're reacting to, not the plant. It doesn't have little stingers or nothing like that. It's the oils from the plant, and those oils are on the plant, on the exterior of the plant. You do not have to break the plant open to get the poison ivy. You can get it just from rubbing against the plant. And yeah, animals are dragging it down the trail, and you're walking right through it. And he says, run through the woods naked, Dennis, and you'll pay the price somewhere along the line, mate. Yeah, running bare through the bushes. yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and he's getting poison ivy where he ain't got the wishes. yeah, canoe. Oh, I know, Andy. yeah, Rod says, make sure there are no briars, Andy. Yeah, no kidding. He ran through the brambles and he ran through the briars. Ran through the bushes where a rabbit couldn't go. And he says the scar tissue protects mine for me. the um let's see here. That's exactly what I hate about it. Always wear long sleeves outside now. Yeah, yeah. I still, I cannot. I The only time I wear long sleeves is when the skeeters and the deer flies are so bad that they're just gonna eat you up. Then I'll wear long sleeves and long pants when I'm hiking in the woods. Otherwise, I'm in shorts I take one of these old military jackets, cut the sleeves off, and wear that as a vest. What the heck do they call that stuff? Oh yeah. Comes in a yellow spray bottle. I can't remember the name of it. What starts with a P, I think. It keeps skeeters and ticks off you. And what you do is you spray it on your gear and on your clothes, and that crap lasts for 3 months. You can wash your clothes 6 times, and that stuff's still in there, and it detracts ticks and skeeters. I bought 2 bottles of that stuff. It's like 16 to 18 bucks for 24 ounces, and you can do like 3 full outfits with it. And people say, "Oh no, that stuff's you're gonna poison." And yeah, I tell you what, if I'm gonna die 3 weeks earlier because I had that stuff against my skin, okay, dying 3 weeks earlier in a God knows how many year lifetime ain't nothing compared to getting your ass eaten up out in the boonies. And that stuff works. I've only had 3 ticks this year. 3 ticks. And I hear people all around me saying, "Oh man, the ticks are so bad. The ticks are so bad." 3. I've only had 3 ticks crawling on me. One that started to attach. I grabbed him and he popped right off, and I could hardly tell had tried to bite me. The stuff works. It worked. Yeah, too many of everybody to tag. Oh, okay. Now here I got to look at this. Um, Dennis said at my day camp there is a giant maple tree with one of the biggest poison ivy vines I have ever seen. I keep peeing on it to try and kill it. No success. It's probably feeding off of it. That's probably why it's the biggest one you ever seen. And that thing's looking forward to you coming out. It's going, "Oh God, pee on me, pee on me." It helps me grow. Oh, old man says, "I know of a witchy girl got it in her unmentionables." Yeah, that, that whole squat in the woods thing. When I had female clients out at camp, there was a session that we did on how to do your business in the woods. Now, guys got to worry about it when they're dropping one. Girls, they got to worry about it all the time. Boy, yeah, I coach them girls real well. Um, Tell them you don't want to, yeah. You don't want trail itch. Yeah, you're going to get trail itch. You go peeing in them bushes and you don't know your plants. First thing you want to learn is what is poison ivy, poison sumac, and poison oak. And that's a whole different thing about um, knowing what's in the bush. I'm, I'm sorry, but that's the nicest way I could put it. But you really need to know what's in the bush. Otherwise, you can get trail itch and you're going to live with it for days. Hang on a second, folks. Stai's losing things again. Can't lose my mind. That's already gone. Yeah. Yeah, I used to love that with my ex-wife. Oh, you just drive me crazy. I said I don't have to drive you anywhere. You're already there. Yeah. God, I hate this chair. I figure when camping season shut down, November-ish, and I'm stuck around home. I'm this winter. I'm going to do some projects. I think out in the shed, but for the most part, you're stuck indoors. For me, I don't winter camp anymore. But anyway, um, where the heck was I going with that? I totally lost. Okay, I gotta get caught up here. Um, Andy says eat curry and chili, then go relieve yourself on it. Dennis eats through porcelain if you don't flush it away. Yeah, don't let it sit. Um, Gary says I have a brother-in-law got poison ivy in his throat from breathing the smoke from burning it. Yep, because the oils don't evaporate, they don't burn up, they'll travel with the smoke. I've known people that have actually gotten poison ivy. They came to a picnic area that's groomed, mowed, groomed. They never walked down any trails. They never went anywhere. They just went from their vehicle to a little shelter thing and then sat around the campfire. And people were throwing wood on it that had a bunch of green leaves. And I walked over and I looked and I go, whoa, 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 guys, you're burning poison ivy in that fire. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, a couple folks got poison ivy from being around that fire. So Gary, he knows his stuff. Um, yeah, and that's pretty good. He's telling Austin, there's some good ones about folks in here, and me too. No self promotion. Dennis says, "Oh, never burn poison ivy. Native Americans would do that in war when the wind was blowing towards the enemy." From the way I have heard. Yep, yep, yes, sirree, yes, sirree. I've heard tale of that myself. Actually, on many occasions, my grandfather, in fact, had told me a story about how the Ojibwe up here would do exactly that. Yeah, Gary says he was pretty sick. Yeah, I knew somebody that got poison ivy in their mouth, the back of their tongue, and in the throat, and they were that far from the doctors wanting to do a trach on them so they would be able to at least comfortably breathe because just breathing was almost impossible for them. Doran says, North, you don't kill it, you give it a long life. You made the poison ivy immortal. LOL. And he says, I think I'll stay mortal. Thanks. uh, Rod says the survival Russia guy threw a rag on an anthill, shucked of the ants wiped the juice from their bites all over him, keeps bugs off. Don't think I'll be trying that. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I think Russia as a country, not as a people or a government or anything of that nature, but as just the natural country. I think Russia's pretty intriguing. It's pretty unique. But if I got to rub ant spit all over me to keep the bugs off, forget it. I'll stay here. Rod says that's when I'm going to start November-ish. Yes, Andy, that's it. That's it. That's what I forgot. That's what I forgot. That's why I got Andy's in my life. When it comes to the point, I'm going to be in here a lot. This chair is getting out of here. It's out of here, and I'm going to replace that bugger. I'll do some kind of fundraiser or some dang thing, buy Sty a chair. If you care, buy a chair or something. I don't know. Yeah, Rod, bruised buttocks. Yeah. Oh yeah, old man. I make like a tea out of the sumac berry clusters off of our sumac up here, our northern sumac. Been making. Well, my grandfather. That's how I learned it. He made sumac tea every year, and I actually enjoy it. It's actually pretty good. I'll probably do a video of that. In fact, this summer yet. Um, Andy, thanks. Yeah. Bloody old timers disease is affecting the old boy worse each stream. LOL. What? Oh, hey, Andy, it's great that you came to this stream. Take a look, everybody. We got a new person. This Andy K guy. Yeah, yeah. Seems familiar, but yeah. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, this thing, that's one thing that this doesn't do, that doesn't give me a good count on how long I've been streaming through Hangouts. I know it gives you a warning when you start getting to 8 hours, but I ain't doing that. I ain't doing an 8 hour, you guys. I got to get the side trailer empty tomorrow, or as close to empty as possible. The new hound, LOL style. Andy, who? Yeah. Well, everybody, welcome Andy. I mean, gosh, we like having new people coming in. Andy, he says, I'm like the worst smell ever. Once inhaled, rarely forgotten. uh, oh boy, I tell you what, I've had friends in the past by the name of Andy years and years ago. Um, and I have to stop and really think about them guys. But nowadays, if I use the name Andy, I know exactly who I'm talking about. There's no doubt. There's only in my life. There's well, in fact, there's two Andys, but you don't dare call him Andy. Andrew, you gotta call me Andrew. If somebody was talking about them and said Andy, no, I only know one Andy. Them other guys, I don't know who those guys are. Jordan, I'll be back in a minute. 2 sugars and milk, please, Jordan. Andy says. Anyone with 4-letter word for a first name? Yeah. The I got a old buddy. Uh, His first name is Buck, Buck, and I said, I told him, I said, how'd you get your nickname? And he goes, what? I don't have a nickname. I said, well, Buck. He goes, when I was born. I go, what? And he goes, no, I'm serious. That's my name on my birth certificate is Buck. I said, okay. Okay. I said, were your folks kind of simple, you know, laid back and kind of simple? He said, I think, he says, I just got this feeling that when the doctor asked my mom and dad, well, what's the kid's name? We got to put it on the birth certificate. He says, I think my dad said, oh, Buck. And the doctor just spelt it wrong. And he says, I was always Andrew until I had to work with one who was such a PW. And I changed my name forever. Andy, sexy, long-legged air stewardess to Sty. Would you like to try some of our TWA coffee? Sty to the stewardess. Nope, but would love to sample your TWA tea. You're terrible. Oh, yep. Jordan's on his second cup of coffee. Dennis is saying, well, Sty, I'm off to bed. Big day tomorrow at work. Then traveling north. Thanks for hosting, Sty. More than welcome, Dennis. Thank you for hanging out so long, man. I know you're busy, and yeah, you have a good day. You have a good day at work, and have a safe trip, man. Have a very safe trip. Rod says, thanks. I'll have a coffee too. Think you've started a trend. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about my next camping trip. Being I'm not going to be able to get out for quite a while, and then I'm going to be able to go and just be gone for days. Um, I am so looking forward to that. So looking forward to it. Um, Wandering Nature's still there. Yep, we'll see you in a week, Dennis. Yeah, this place that I'm going to be camping, like I said, the campsite's right on the water. I mean, I don't know, maybe 30 feet from the water's edge. Um, but it's kind of spot where I can go down and come in at the end of the day, fix some dinner, relax a bit, and then take my camp chair down to the water's edge, sit and just cast at night, fish for some walleyes after dark. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna. Oh lordy, am I gonna love it? And I'll do plenty of videos, but I guarantee you there's gonna be a lot more time without a camera running than there is with camera running. I'm going to want to try to soak in every minute without having to even think of peripheral things. Just fish, kayak, camp. Just love it. It is 10:16 here, and DK. Don't want to ask a certain question too early. This day and age, doggone it, it's almost never. When I was growing up, you could say whatever you want after 10 o'clock. And when a kid in the country was still awake, 10 o'clock, man, by 10 o'clock, you're sawing logs. And if you're listening, you're sneaking. Now, I met this couple a few weeks ago, and they're talking about their kids and how wild they are. And sometimes them kids won't go to bed until 2 in the morning. What? And these are young guys. I mean, 10, 8, 6. And I said, you got to be kidding me. What are them kids doing up 2 o'clock in the morning? Well, they're just wild. Oh, yeah, my kids, they knew. All I had to do was say, bedtime. My kids never even said, oh, Dad, can we stay up another half hour? They didn't go there. They just, when I said bedtime, yeah. Because I'd let them stay up to what I thought was the limit. And then, no, you're up. You're going to bed. Never a squawk. Yeah. Andy says, yeah, soak it all in and forget about us. We'll go find some love elsewhere. LOL. Hey, you'll get it when I get back. I'll share it with you when I get back. Doesn't mean I'm going to forget about you guys. It just means I'm not going to spend 6 days doing nothing but video work. And I'm sure not going to let it get in the way of fishing. And he says, cool, I'll leave it another 2 hours to be safe. Well, not not a full 2 hours. Maybe an hour from now, Andy, would be good. Because I'm shutting it down at midnight, guys. We'll shut it down at midnight. Andy, get the brats up at 5 a.m. They'll go to sleep early at night. See, and that was one thing with my kids. I'd shake them out in the morning. Oh, yeah, I'd shake them out in the morning. Sun's a burning. Get up. Shake it out. I'm tired. I want to sleep in. No, get up. Get up. And go to bed when the sun goes down then if you're so doggone tired. Then you get a long night's sleep. You go to bed at 9 o'clock at night in the middle of the summer when the sun's setting. Fall asleep by 9:30. You don't get up till 6:30 the next morning. I mean, for crying out loud, you're getting 9 hours of sleep. Yeah. Old man says, Sty, have you ever heard of a machete made by Legitimus Collins and Company, U.S.? No, I haven't. It's not familiar. Legitimate Collins and Company. No. Nope, not familiar, old man. Why do you have one? Andy, midnight California time, yes? No. No. No, 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 no. That's 2 a.m. this time. Because if I don't crash by 1 a.m. tonight, I ain't gonna get out to work on my sty trailer until close to noon. And we got mixed rotten weather tomorrow and hot. So I want to get out there early in the morning. Wandering Nature says she's never gotten poison ivy. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, that was another thing I saw in that study. They said 10% of people have a natural full immunity and never get poison ivy once in their whole lives. Old man says, I threw ice water on my son when he would pull that. I've done that. Glass of ice cold water. And I poured it slow until they woke up and were just becoming alert. And then I'd give them the whole splash. It's slow to start waking them up. I want to savor it when they get the big splash in it. Yeah. Hey guys, I gotta run. I gotta grab my pills. I forgot about them. I usually have them sitting here, but it'll take me a second. I'll be back. I think. It could take me a minute. Took me a little longer because I got one of these pill cases. Now I put all my pills in, I think. It's empty. I took my last ones this morning. I had to go. I had to open 3 bottles to get my pills. half of them doggone pills, I don't know why I take them. Yeah, Wandering Nature talking about poison ivy. Hazmat suit, LOL. Oh, I've seen some folks that go hiking and it looks like they're wearing hazmat suits. And he says, that'll work. Old man. I have two, and I think they were made for the military in World War II. Wow, that's awesome. That'd be worth doing a little research on there, old man. You know, old man, I wouldn't doubt that because I had a second cousin, and it was hard to look at him as a second cousin. He was my dad's cousin. And that old boy, both him and my dad, they served in the war. My dad, he got out early. He got injured. He was in the Navy. He was at the Great Lakes Naval Academy. And can't remember what it was. When he left there, he went and he was working in the I don't even remember what boat it was, but he was working on a ship, and he got knocked off of a rail, and he fell the equivalent of 4 stories, so that's 40 feet, and he landed on another deck rail, and it busted his hip all the shit. And even though it took him almost, well, it was, what did he say? It was a little over 6 months before he was fully recovered from that fall. And they waited until he was fully recovered, and then they said, we're giving you a medical. I mean, that was right in the middle of the war effort, right in the middle of World War II. And he's going, no, you're not. he said, if you're going to let me out on medical, you should have done that the day after I fell. Spend 6 months busting my butt to recover to get stationed on a boat, and you're going to medical me? Oh, he was mad. Yeah. But my second cousin, yeah, he did his whole service in a bubble, and I don't remember the actual sub it was, but my sister has the photograph. I got to get a copy of it from her. But the sub that he was stationed on had the forward quarter of that sub actually blown off. I mean, they'd lost the whole damn nose on the damn thing. Forward torpedo room, everything gone. And they were coming into New York Harbor, and he had the forward bulkhead open, and that sub was riding in tail heavy. And he had forward bulkhead open, and he was standing out on that bulkhead with another guy. They were standing out, hanging out that bulkhead, and they got a picture of them as they were coming into the dock. But he came home when he got out of service. He was in a bubble. I can't remember how many years it was. It was like 4 years he served during the war. But when he came home, he had 3 machetes. I don't know what ever happened to him, but he had 3 machetes that he was so proud of that he said, yeah, don't anybody touch them, kind of thing. He had them propped up on this china cabinet. You could see him when he come in his house. Don't touch them. And those machetes were from the Philippines. They were, when we returned, they were collected during that return invasion. So now in my mind's eye, I can see those 3 machetes he had up on that china cabinet, and I'm thinking, boy, I would not doubt that at all, old man. Because there was a lot of machetes issued during World War II, a lot of them, especially for the Pacific and the Pacific Theater. I mean, our guys were busting jungle crap so much that yeah, I'd be amazed if it wasn't 100,000 machetes that were issued out during the Pacific Theater. Yeah, and today probably very few that you can find. Very few. So many things were issued during the war that were in those theaters. The European theater and the Pacific theater never made it back here. Much of that was left behind. Very little ever got back. Andy says, kind of inherited my dad's cheap old machete. Crap metal, though. Old man says, Andy, they don't flex like today's stuff. Better steel. Rod says, Tylenol and coffee, best pain relief ever. There you go. You know, caffeine, they for some people, caffeine heightens pain. And for a lot of other people, caffeine actually kind of, it just kind of mellows it. And yeah, the mix. I can see your point there, Rod. Andy says, I must admit, I like big blades, but don't think I would ever use one. Just couldn't see that old thing being thrown out. Yeah. I got 2 machetes. One's just, I mean, it's a Walmart special. It's a UST. And I use the crap out of it. I use it a lot out in the bush. Yeah. It goes with me every time it's in my truck 24/7. Well, both of them are. The other one a guy gave to me. I haven't even looked close enough at it to know what make it is, but it's heavy, awkward. I got to clean up the edge. It's pretty, wherever it came from, whoever owned it, never sharpened it, not once. So I got to clean up the edge on it. But I actually like my UST machete because it's good size, it's light, and it keeps an edge. I have no problem keeping a good edge on that machete. I actually got to the point where folding saws, and people keep telling me get a Silky. It's a good amount of money, but well worth it. Ain't worth it. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I must be getting old. Old man says, Sty, did he join the Navy to ride the female USS? Okay, well, first, did he join the Navy to ride the female waves? LOL. Uh-huh. Yeah. One branch of service, it was all wax. The other branch, they were riding the waves. I'm sorry for. Oh, all right, guys. No, I didn't go there. I'm sorry. I've got a soft spot for the Navy, by the way. I really do. Rod said my dad was a radio operator on the USS Midway. What? Andy says, have never understood how McCarthy was allowed to remain in the military after defying the president's orders twice, let alone get his promotions. Yeah. I tell you what. Hey, I tell you what. I'm a firm believer. The war would have ended a lot sooner if they would have just given Patton a free hand. Non-compliant old fart. But that's what gets her done. That's what gets her done. You don't need people behind a desk or sitting in Washington, D.C., making on the field decisions. And yeah, yeah, yeah. Patton got, yeah, he got. I, I, my pop used to always say that Patton would have rather have been ran over by a tank, one of his own tanks, than be run over by the governmental system. And he says that stick I showed you would be good for a machete style, so easy to sharpen. Then with a huge stick like that, yeah. Doran says, I have bought me my first machete, and it is a United Cutlery Colombian Raptor machete, and I haven't had time to test yet. And it's is affordable too. It costs about $36. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah. Old man says, I have my father-in-law's, of course, throwing knife. He loaned it many a Japanese and never had any complaints. He was a Philippine guerrilla fighter in World War II. Yeah, yep. And he says during the Great Depression, the World War I vets marched on Washington and set up camp. McCarthy went in, and despite being ordered twice not to shoot on them, he caused the deaths of loads. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there was a buffer? See, I can't tell on this side. It doesn't give me any of those kind of stats doing it through Hangouts. I don't see any kind of stats at all. Um, hey, Renee, great to see ya. Great to see ya. Again, I want to encourage everybody, anybody that doesn't know someone else, go over to those three little dots on the side and give them a check. Go over and check them out and see what they're about. First thing I do, I went over and checked you out, Renee Guitar, and I'm supporting you. I noticed right on the get go. I'll go back and I'll watch a few of your videos. I'm seeing what I love. I love that stuff. Oh yes. Oh yeah. Very first thing. Uh, yeah. An AC/DC cover. Yeah. I will be coming back and checking it all out there, buddy. Okay, I'm glad it's way better than earlier. I don't know. Seems like the video quality is lower going this route. I don't know on your guys' end, but yeah, the video quality seems a little lower, but at least it hasn't been shutting me down and making everybody F5 and F this and F that. Yeah. Yeah, they it's a good thing they don't have an FU button on there. I'd be hitting that thing all the time. Oh, Mike, what is your favorite musician or band? I'm telling you, I can't really I can't really go there. Well, I could try to go there, but I like so many genres, and to say have an absolute favorite, I'd be lying. I'd be lying. I really would. I mean, I love AC/DC. I'm sorry for anybody that wouldn't agree, but I love AC/DC. But I also love the Mamas and the Papas. But I'm just hooked on the Marshall Tucker band. Um, if I could sing, I could sit here and sing everything Marshall Tucker's ever done to you, but I can't sing. um, but yeah, that's the way it is, Mike. It's tough for me, and I love old. I love old music. Love it. Um, Big band era. Dorsey, loved him. Um, one of my favorites, and I had the full collection of both of these artists. That was the Andrews Sisters and Louis Armstrong. I had every single disc I could get my hands on recorded of Louis Armstrong, all the way from the thick old 78s right down to the true vinyl. Don't have it anymore. Uh, when it comes to AC/DC, either or. I'd have a hard, again, I'd have a hard time tagging a favorite. I really would. Hi, Cy. Great to see you. Derek was in here earlier. Yeah, spent quite a long time too. It's good seeing him. It's good seeing you. And he says, finally got one song nailed on my guitar, Sty. Lloyd set the controls for the Heart of the Sun. There you go, Andy. Yeah, yeah. Asking how the treasure hunting's going this week. Old man says, Inagata Devita by Iron Butterfly. I had the first issue album. This the minute it hit our record store in my hometown, I went flying in there as a teenager, snatched that puppy up, and a week later went in, got another one, unwrapped. Don't open that puppy. And I virtually wore out the original, and its replacement. I got it because I figured I'd end up wearing the first one out. I had that replacement, and it was amongst all those records I lost just about a year ago. So he says, I've been out a couple of times in the water only, been getting change. Nothing too exciting this week. Renee, Thank you, Steerstein. I like to play AC/DC, but Louis Armstrong is a great artist too. Oh yeah, Louis so old school. Um, my pop and my mom got to meet Louis Armstrong in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and my pop actually gave him a ride to the Minneapolis airport. I can't remember which hotel he picked him up at, and he gave him a ride there. My dad was a chief of police of a neighboring community outside of Minneapolis, and he happened to be at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, and they got a call. And somebody had threatened Louis Armstrong and his entourage, and they were looking for officers willing to escort him to the airport. My pop stepped right up, and he had my mother with him in the squad. So they got to give Louis Armstrong a ride to the Minneapolis airport. I always loved hearing him tell about that. And he said Louis was singing "Sky Is a Blue" for him in the back seat of that squad car. Now, if that isn't pretty stinking cool, eh? Yeah, Andy's saying, I want a nice river with plenty of visitors to it, Si. Yeah. Andy, ACDC, if you want blood. Yeah. Si saying, yes, I need uh, to hit more rivers. Yeah, yeah. If you get some good shallow running ones, boy, there's a couple up here I'd love to go detect because of the salmon fishermen. Shallow, sandy, and gravel. And these guys, I've heard so many of them lost my wallet. I lost my money clip. I lost, and you're just like, what? And yeah, it don't take long that sand and gravel covers that stuff up, and fishing tackle things that people have lost in that. Oh yeah, Alexander. Hey, welcome around the fire. Great to see you. Thanks for stopping in. You'll find a great group of folks here. Great group of folks. Topics galore. Topics galore. The only rules we have in the house here, folks, is respect. We show respect to each other, and that's all I expect. If I see people being disrespectful to each other, I put them on a timeout, warn them, put them on a timeout. And then if it gets rough or nasty, boom, you're gone for the stream. Means you, but it doesn't mean you can't come back at the next stream. And that's just the way it works here. Alexander says, hi, Sty, sort of new here. Liking your videos so far. Well, thank you so much. Mike says, my favorite ACD song is It's a Long Way to the Top if you want to rock and roll. Well, absolutely, Mike. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, I I bet you at least 3 or 4 times I've blown speakers out of my vehicle because of that dang song. Yeah, I've had people on the street looking, pointing, look at that crazy old fool cranked up like that. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a song that to me that's a yeah. You want to get yourself fired up. You want to get yeah. You want to just get right down and fired up. That's one of them songs that'll do it for you. Sai says, I did find part of a double barrel shotgun from the 1890s, Andy. I think you've seen it. Yeah, I had seen that. Yeah, I mean, that is so neat. Finding that old stuff is just so cool. Went to. Awesome. I never got to go to an AC/DC concert. Wanted to. My ex-wife wasn't into them like I was. Yes. Yes, Andy. Yep, when they're in the back of the truck. Yes. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I tell you what, one thing that really puts Sty over the edge is any band that incorporates a bagpipe. Oh, that throws me over. That's it. I tell you what, I love the bagpipe. I always wanted to learn to play the bagpipe. Ever since I was just a little kid, I always wanted to learn to play the bagpipe. I don't have the wind anymore to even go there. But I've got a cousin that's a year older than me. He's 63 years old, and he decided to pick up the bagpipe. It'd be 4 years ago. And now he belongs to this troop of bagpipers, and he's traveling around as a hobby. And oh, can he play? Oh, can he play? Yeah. Um, yeah. I like the bagpipe as a support instrument in almost anything. Yeah, those links there, Andy. Yep. Sai says it was posted on July 14th. Yeah, if Andy didn't comment, he might not have seen it because he comments there all over. Yeah, yeah. Andy's good at that. I'm not. I'm not good at leaving comments. I always leave a thumbs up. Yeah, sometimes that works, Andy. Unring and ring again. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Louis Daniel Armstrong, nickname Satchmo, Satch, and Pops. What a man. What a man. Oh, man. Boy, he could make this. He could make a horn sing, and there's just not a voice like his. I mean, yeah, yeah, yeah. Satchmo. I used to travel to Washington, D.C. quite a bit for business. I was in my line of work, my career, I was in Washington, D.C. half a dozen times a year. And I used to stay at a hotel called the Channel Inn. And it was right on the Potomac River. And people always told me I was nuts. You can't stay there. They probably won't even give you a room. I said, yeah, they will. First time I stayed there was a little sketchy at first, but once they realized I was serious about wanting to stay there, they gave me a room. Paying customer, what the heck, eh? Well, that area is the high end of their African American community in Washington, D.C. And a soul in that neighborhood that's making under six figures unless they're somebody's kid with a paper route. But the Channel Inn had the best blues club you've ever seen. Oh my God. Big fancy hotel. Oh my gosh, that hotel was classy. The only bar in the place was the blues club. And where was the blues club? In the basement. You go down in that basement, dark. You swear to God you're in Chicago. And some of the best folks just singing the blues down there. Oh, I miss that. I miss that so much. Okay, I got to catch up. Hey, Beastly Ironworks. Hey, it's good to see you again there, Dave. Our temps here, Si, had been in the upper 80s constantly and high humidity. The other day it hit 93. We're supposed to have a cooling spell now, get it down into the couple of days, upper 70s, and then mid to low 80s the rest of the week. So hopefully it's a little bit of a reprieve. Renegade by Styx is one of those songs that get me started up. Yeah, that's another one. There you go. Yeah. Mike says, funny, my town that I went to high school was founded by Scottish settlers, and our high school band had a bagpipe troupe. Cool stuff. They should have played the AC/DC song Long Way to the Top. Yes, they should have. Yes, they should have. My cousin, he wouldn't even touch it. He would not touch doing Long Way to the Top. And I kept messaging him and telling him, when you finally go there, I want it videotaped. And I want you to send me that, as a message or email or through Facebook or something. Sure enough, him and two of his troop, they got together with a band, and all they did was the instrumental. And yeah, he done good. He done good. I told him, yeah. Boy, it was a little different though, hearing three pipes going at once. Yeah. Mike says, me and Campfire Steve done it in high school in Florida. We had an awesome bagpipe band at our high school. That's so cool. That's so cool. Yeah, Renee, respect is important for good friendship. Absolutely. That's the main ingredient right there. Sure is. Alexander says, I always wanted to play the Swedish bagpipes. They are different than Highlander pipes, but have such a nice sound that is tough to describe. Right now, I want my grandpa to teach me the accordion. See, now I grew up, my granddad, he played full accordion, loved the concertina, and he had a collection of 27 harmonicas that every single one of those harmonicas, my grandfather, mind you, inherited from his father. Now, you can imagine them old puppies. And what did he have to go along with those instruments? He had to have a fiddle. Man, could that guy saw a fiddle? Oh, yeah. The accordion's cool. My wife's grandfather, my ex-wife's grandfather, he was another one, played full accordion and the concertina, and he was in a well-known local, I should say Minnesota, Wisconsin, those two states, very well-known polka band, and boy, could that guy pound on an accordion. Wow. Andy says, wouldn't be the first time my comments get me into trouble, sigh, LOL. Wouldn't be the last time either. um, Alexander says, my grandpa will be 80 in 2 weeks. It's a scary number getting up there. I want him to teach me before, and God forbid he passes. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, if you can get him to at least get you off to a good start. Oh, yes, man. Yes. I'm a firm believer in that. Firm believer in that. Um, Old man says, I went to a concert in Puerto Rico. The band was Santana, all steel band. I didn't believe it first that they could make a many tone drum out of the bottom of a 50-gallon drum. They were great. Rod says, man, it's cool there. 90s here for what seems like 2 weeks, going to be 95 this weekend, and a heat index of over 100. That's the killer. Man, the other day, it was 87 degrees actual temp, and our heat index, because of the high humidity and the lack of any stinking breeze, our heat index was 104. I couldn't believe it. Not with an 87-degree base temperature. But oh, it was bad. It was bad. I stayed put. Well, I did. I ran and checked my mail in town and burned 2 gallons of gas in my truck, running the air conditioner full bore and sitting in it for a half hour just to cool myself down enough to get from there to the house. Renee Alexander, the Swedish language is difficult, but with hard work it can be learned. My advice, start with YouTube. Good luck. Hike with Mike says, I was a lead singer in a hair band back in the 80s, and I was a really crappy guitar player too. Mike says, I did some film work for the big documentary from a few years ago called Here I Go Again. Great movie. Yeah. But I have to check it out. I haven't seen it. I'm going to have to check it out. But that does sound familiar. There goes Andy. One for me later. He did that to me last Sunday, too. And I went to bed just hungry. Oh, yeah, that looks like it might be interesting there, Andy. I'll have to check it out. I got so much going on my screen here. I got to get rid of a couple of things. I don't know where that went. Well, that looks good. There we go. Now I'm back to where I was. Andy, you took me off of there and I got lost for a minute. Rod says I had hair in the 80s, Mike. Good years. Yeah. And Mike said, yeah, the 80s were good times. Andy, Rod, you had a hair or some hair? Dave over at Beasley Ironworks saying, I'm a lead guitar player, mostly blues. I've played with Rockin' Ronnie Hawkins, cut heads with Jeff Healy, and a few others. Tons of fun. Sounds like it there, Dave. Rod, long wavy hair. Oh, I used to be a hairy bugger too when I was young. Yeah, I had lots of, yeah, I had a good full head of hair. I always had more hair than I needed. Yeah, and now I buzz it. Now I just take it off. I didn't think I've never done that. When I was a little kid growing up, heinies, quarter inch, that's it. One haircut a month, whether you needed it or not. But the literally the minute my pop passed away, that was the end of that stuff. Well, at that point, it was flat tops, a little more hair, half an inch instead of quarter inch, you know. But boy, the minute my pop passed away, cutting that crap again. Yeah, it got kind of long and disorderly. But then I was kind of disorderly myself, so. Mike says I had an ozone depleting hairdo back in the 80s. Lots of Aquanet hairspray. Excuse me. Andy says, I've done my stripe in white in honor of the old guy on the great outdoors who'd been hit by lightning 66 times. Oh, I just recently you done your stripe white? It fell off his head and took a run on his back. That's pretty good, Rod. Alexander says, that is a link of the Tulaskia accordion I would like to learn on. Oh, okay. Renedy, I'm going to work now, Sty. God bless you. See you next time. Sure hope to. Sure hope to. You have a good night at work or good day at work. Hey, it's awesome that you stopped in. Awesome that you stopped in. We've had a great group tonight. Great group in here tonight. And it's consistently been, I mean, the lowest I've seen, I think, was 8 people. Otherwise, we're up there around a dozen to 18 at a time. Yeah. So we got a good flow of folks coming through. That's wonderful. Old man says, Sty, I used to have a beard just a little bit longer than yours while on isolated duty, and my hair was just shy of the center of my back. Yeah, and you think back to that, well, that's like when I was in northwestern Montana. I cut my hair twice in Montana. One time I cut it just to get it out of the way, and then that was just in the middle of my shoulder blades is how short I cut it. Before that, it went all the way down below my belt. My hair went way down below my belt, and I usually put it in about a 4-banded pony going down, just to keep it from getting caught in chainsaws and the like, you know. There was a lot of times folks didn't realize I had that long a hair. I always wore a cowboy hat, but a lot of times I'd shove that tail down back of my shirt. Just especially when I'm out working in the woods, you don't want that thing getting caught in a damn chainsaw or getting caught in a belt on the motor of a skidder. Or yeah, there's a lot of things you don't want to get caught in. So I'd stuff it down the back of my shirt. You know, Mike, I never did concerts. Never did. Actually, the only actual concert that I've ever gone to, I have to say that's my best one. Is also one of the worst drunks I've ever been on. But I got front row and backstage for me and my ex-wife to see Willie Nelson. And yeah, I can't, I'm not going to, I don't want people to think, some people in here would think very highly of me. Some people might think different of me, but I'm not going to describe backstage. Yeah. I tell you what, Crazy Willie is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good time. I was about as ripped as you can get by the time I got back on that bus. Thank God that bus, it took almost 2 hours to get us back home. And then when I got home, I found out that I locked the keys in my fairly new Lincoln town car. I had a Lincoln town car and locked my keys in it. And it didn't look too good to me out there. I found a piece of iron laying in the parking lot, and I busted out the wing window. Just reached in that bugger and got her unlocked. Told the wife, "Now we can go home." She goes, she was just as ripped as I was, and she goes, She says, I'm too wiped out to know if you can drive or not." I said, "Well, we'll know in the morning if I made it or not, if we made it home or not." Yeah, that was the only concert I ever did, and holy God, it's a good thing because there's a lot of concerts I would have loved to have done um, that I'm sure I would have gotten ripped even worse. Yeah. Um, yeah, Mike was a big metalhead back in the day. Best concert he ever saw was Huey Lewis and the News. Yeah. Rod, I remember Hair. And was trying to think of what to get you for Christmas, Rod. Something that would last you a long time. Brill cream comes to mind. Yeah, that'll last right up to his death. Yeah, what's the shelf life of that Brill cream? Yeah, Rod. A waxing kit. Yeah, send them a tub of turtle wax. Oh, Andy, I'll send the economy version over. Flypaper. Mike says I was backstage with family in January for the Bring Me the Horizon concert. My niece is married to the lead guitarist. They are huge with the young kids. Backstage was really mellow, no craziness. Didn't you have a video when you were there that you put up of when you were there, Mike? I'm thinking I saw a video with where you were with the family backstage. Yeah, Rod, LOL. Don't need much. Little bit of spit shine's all you need. You know the worst thing when after there it is. Worst thing after shaving this stuff off. I found that I like it. I really like it at the 4 day mark because it's still short enough that yeah you're a dome head, but it's fuzzy. uh, uh, it doesn't itch with a hat or a do rag on. uh, yeah, Mike, I know I saw it. I know I did. I try not to miss nothing over there on Mike's channel. Yeah. Cue ball. Oh, LOL. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, that's the only thing I worry about is that's why I'm always keeping a hat or a do rag on. But then keeping a black do rag on, they might think you're an 8 ball. But yeah, you don't want somebody smacking the cue ball with a stick. Alexander says, I was born in 92, so I didn't get to experience those types of things. Am I one of the youngest here? LOL. I'm 27. Could be. Could be. But age doesn't matter here. It don't matter. I'll tell you what, Alexander. I'm 62. 62. And folks that really know me, really know me, they tell you that dang fool thinks he's 35. Yeah. I just, I, when I die, I'm going to die because this rig has finally wore out, not because I'm old. It's just going to be broke down. It's going to be wore out because up here, I ain't getting old. I won't let myself. Yeah, he's less than half my age. Doesn't matter though. Don't matter though. Hey, my boys, my oldest boy, he's 43. My youngest boy is 39, and they like hanging out with their pop. I love hanging out with them. We all three of us like the same things. We like to party hardy. We like to get outdoors. There's my youngest boy. Now he's finally. I helped him out a couple years ago. Helped him out. I had a little bit. I had a little cash cow, and he was there for me when I was down and out and ill, and he helped me get through that. And I always wondered, how am I going to, how am I going to repay this kid for being there for me, So, yeah, I flipped him enough that he could go out and get himself a Harley. So now he's riding a scooter. He goes, all the years he said, I can remember when I was just little, you had a scooter, and then he said, then you bought yourself one after all of his kids moved out and had that for a couple of years. And he says, I've always wanted to have a motorcycle. I said, yeah, there you go. So helped him pick out a bike and got him a nice Harley, and yeah, I wish I could swing a Harley. I'd be riding with him. He knows it. But he said, Pop, check it out. I got the bike. I said, okay. Went and looked at his bike, and I says, sweet. Throws me the keys, and he says, well, we'll know if it's sweet or not when you get back with it. I said, okay, boy. And I went tooling around town with it for a while. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just won't get old. Mike says, word up to that, Sty. I feel the same way. Absolutely. Yeah. See, and to me, it's just me. It's just me. But for me, I don't know when I'm going to go. I don't know when my last day or last minute is. But when it comes, I'm going to go, oh, well, here it is. Didn't see that coming. because I don't have time to worry about it. I do not. And he says, like my son says to me when he does me a favor, you don't owe me, Dad. You help create me in every way possible. Yes, Andy. Isn't that the most rewarding thing to hear? I hear it from my boys so much. I had my youngest girl, she called me yesterday. Last night. I had no more gotten in the house. And phone was ringing. She called me, and she had a very, very bad incident occur the couple days earlier, and she wasn't able to reach me. And she filled me in on the incident, and it was such a bad incident that I just about got my truck and headed down. It's a good 4-hour drive to her place from here. And I told her, I said, girl, all you have to do is say, come on down, Dad. You got to take care of this for me. You got to help me out. And there would have been a boy that would have been really, really, really hurting bad. You just don't. don't step on my daughter's toes. And he stomped on him is basically what he did. So, um, but you know what she told me? She says, "No, Dad, you don't need to come down. You know, I'd ask if I truly needed it." But she said, "No." She said, "I've learned enough and she says, "You taught me well." She says, "I know exactly how to deal with the character." And she told me how she's going to handle it. And I told her, I said, "Good for you, girl. Good for you." I said, "But the minute it gets where you can't handle it, you give me a call." And she said, "No, I'm not going to be calling you because I know I can handle anything that comes my way because that's the way you raised me." Well, after that phone call, I felt like $1,000,000. Well, they're going to build a statue of me, you know? But yeah, Andy, that's so rewarding to hear something like that from one of your kids. And he says, "One of two things I did right in my life. Other is my daughter." There you go. Yep. Mike says, "I told my wife if I am dying, roll me up." Okay, I gotta get something out of the way here. There we go. "I told my wife that if I am dying, roll me up to a mountaintop. I want I want that to me last view, not a view from a hospital bed." That's me too, Mike. That's me too. My boys know. They know. I will not be put in a hospital unless recovery is a minimum of 60% certainty. Other other than that, if it's not 60% or more certainty that I can recover, I ain't going in there. Nope, ain't going in there. If I feel, well, see, I lost two siblings to cancer. Both of them had terrible their last couple of years were terrible. Oh, just terrible. My brother, my oldest brother, he managed right up to the end to get outdoors as much as he could because he loved the outdoors. He got to go see places that he just loved. Like Mike's saying, you want that best view at the end. So he went to see things he loved. They wanted to put him in hospice in a hospital type atmosphere, and he told them no, absolutely not. Well, his doctor, thank God, put him on a self-controlled morphine drip so he could self-medicate himself with morphine. And his wife sat next to his bed for the last 3 days. And at the end of the bed on the wall is a big, beautiful picture of him and her and their children, their 5 children, in a spot that he said, if I could get there, that's where I would prefer to die. But as long as I can lay here and see it, I'm good with it. And he passed away there. Well, they had him cremated. Guess where his ashes went? Right where that picture was taken. That's pretty cool. Yep. Mike says, "Oh, Andy, my daughter tried my patience when she was a teenager. Now she is my rock." Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, my girls. Oh, they've had their turns, both of them trying my patience, and sometimes they still do. But they always, yeah, they make comebacks that, yeah, the patients they've tried, minor. Yeah, Andy says, what teens are for, Mike? Andy says, going to a hospital is for getting better, nothing else. Right. Ain't a place to die. Same with nursing homes. Same with nursing homes. See, they'd have to forcibly put me in a nursing home. And if I'm going to live for even a week or more, don't worry about it. They'll kick me out of there. I might even be thrown out on the street homeless because they don't want me. Not if I'm there dying. If I know I'm dying, you don't want me in that nursing home. All them old farts, they've been having heart attacks and strokes left and right. I'd be seeing to it. I'd be seeing to it. Alexander says, just follow the link to your Facebook group from your YouTube. Oh, cool. Requested to join. Yep, you'll get it approved. Also, I always say, I don't know when I'm going to die, but when I do, I damn well going to deserve it. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, Alexander, I know exactly what you're saying. I've earned it. I've earned the end. It's just not knowing when it'll be, but I've earned it many a time. And I've been on the edge of it a few times. Pretty darn close. Pretty darn close. Mike says, my hospice better be in a swamp. That I believe it, Mike. I absolutely believe it. And Alexander says, mine better be my tree stand with my favorite rifle waiting for that stag. There you go. What a place to just drift off. Just drift off. What the heck was the song I had heard the other day? It's a great kind of folky bluegrass kind of song. Oh, yeah. The day I'll sleep no more. Yeah. The day I'll sleep no more. And that's what the song is about, is the day you die and now you're not going to sleep anymore. Yeah. Yeah. I've had people say to me, oh, you shouldn't sleep so much. Why not? Because I tell you what, I'm a believer that when I'm dead and gone, there ain't going to be no sleep. There ain't going to be no sleep. I won't have to recharge anymore. And he says, I to Mike, I figured you would be recycled at the alligator sanctuary, Mike. And Mike's laughing. And, and Andy says, nearest thing I will get to being put in a nursing home is if they section me again. Failing that, I'll make every effort to die where I want to die, even if it kills me trying. That's me too. Me too, Andy. I've already generally picked about a dozen spots. I've got about a dozen spots that I've got 3 spots that I can get the truck within 50 yards of where, yeah, I'd be willing to die there. So, yeah, I got my spots picked, man. All of them got a great view. All of them are peaceful. I know all of them are where I know I won't see other people. They'll have to come and find me or what's left of me, but they'll find me with as long as nothing eats my face, they'll find me with a smile because that's where I want to be. And he says, would love to know my final date and time of expiration. There's times I wish I did, and then there's times I'm glad I don't, because that could get me in real trouble. Old man says, Sty, I thought you were going to cut back on cigarettes. Have you forgotten? Yeah, Stuy's weak. I'm sorry. When it comes to that one damn thing, yeah. Stuy's weak, and if I'm weak in some, I am not afraid to admit it, and that's the department I am weak in. Not that I'm going to give up. It's coming. It's coming. I got it. Yeah. I want to just get rid of these things and just smoke my pipe. And it just takes the willpower. But I got to see and there's two W words it takes to do that: willpower and then the want. Because if you don't fuel the willpower with want, it ain't happening. And I really don't want to quit. I say it that way. I want to quit these and just smoke pipe. I don't want it bad enough to fuel the willpower to do it. And I'm no more out of wind than anybody else when I do things. So that's, yeah. I can make I can give 1,000 reasons, and all of them added together make one big excuse to just keep smoking. I'll get beyond it someday. Yeah, Andy, I think we all know the answer to that one, old man. Okay, Joran says, I have to jump off now, my friend. I have to prepare for work, and I will see you later. You have a good one, Joran. Have a very good day at work. Thanks so much for coming over. Rod says, Monday will make a full 3 months since I had to say, good for you, man. Good for you. Joran says, thanks, buddy. I will. And it was really nice to be here. Yeah, it was great to have him here. Alexander says, I quite enjoy my naps. LOL. After death, I better at least get a few hours worth of nap. Yeah. Yeah. You call this heaven and I don't get a nap? Yeah. Old man, have them put gone fishing on your headstone. Actually, I should have that carved into, because I'm going to be cremated, and I've got a really nice cherry wood urn that this dusty old fart's going to go into. And I could have that carved on that urn on the front of it. Gone fishing. Yeah, that's yeah. Or freak people right out and put on there, see you in camp. People quit camping. That old fart's going to show up as a spook. He's going to drive us nuts in camp. Doran says, Andy K. Well, it's the last day at work, and then I have American vacation, which is 2 weeks. Wow. Wow, Joran. Awesome. And he's saying, very cool. Hope you have a wonderful time. And he said, should I send you some pipe tobacco over, Sty? May encourage you to use the pipe and would make the Stream's hilarious. Yeah, I'd never get through customs. Dave over at Beasley Ironworks says, Sty, don't feel like you're alone, brother. I'm weak too, huh? Yeah, I saw your light went up out there at camp with Dennis and his pop. And I'm going, yes. Yeah, I mean, you gotta. Sometimes you just gotta. And he says, oh, yeah, Alexander says, also not having money helps with smoking. LOL. I get paid Saturday, gonna have to pick up a pack of Camel filterless. See, I'm fortunate. These things I smoke, they're $1.85 a pack, and I can get a carton for $18 and some change for a full carton of 20 packs. And so cost wise, they're so damn reasonable that doesn't help me any. And I prefer these over cigarettes, these miniature cigars. I Yeah. Oddly enough, I can't smoke a regular cigarette. Well, I can, if I'm hard up and I don't have any smokes on me, can I get one of yours? Yeah, I can smoke a cigarette. It's fine. But to try to smoke a pack of them, oh man, I start coughing, hacking. It's nasty. Give somebody one of these mini cigars and they take a pull off of it and they're going, oh my God, you can't. Wow. And I'm going, what do you mean? They're so much milder than them cigarettes. And they're going, nah, you're nuts. You're nuts. Well, been smoking them too many years, I guess. Um, yeah, I hope Jordan takes his camera with him. Oh yeah. Oh wow, going to survival camp where you're the leader of one of them. Cool. That's neat, Jordan. See, and during the day, I use my vape. Oh, it's behind that bottle, but my vape's sitting right over here. And during the day, I'll take pulls off that vape instead of smoking these. Um, but I just can't get to the point where I just vape. I'm finding that vaping, when I vape, I'll vape for 4, 5, 6 hours. But the longer I go with it, the more I crave one of these. It actually makes me want the real thing. So I don't know how to adjust that. Jordan saying, Andy, I don't have a camera. I use my phone when I'm doing my videos, and I will take that one with me at least. Good. Andy, dusty old fart or crusty old fart? Yeah. Well, an old fart is an old fart. Dave's saying, guys, I hate to do this, but I have to have some shut eye. 18-hour workday today and a long one tomorrow. Oh, hey, good night, Dave. It was awesome having you here, man. Absolutely awesome. And yes, we'll talk to you again. You betcha. Alexander says, if I'm ever cremated, I want a painter to mix my ashes into the paint and paint a portrait of me with the paint. So I can still be with my wife if she's still alive then too. Well, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I like that. That's kind of a cool idea. Stay at the end car in who? And he said, I told my son when I die, I am to have a casket which he can open put a portable stereo in there with me, and when they go to lower me in the hole, he presses the play button, Metallica's cover. So What by the Anti-Nowhere League. Oh, there you go. Alexander says, I live in Pennsylvania. We don't have prices like that. Mini cigars are like $30 to $40 a carton. Really? Oh my Lord. Oh, just over in PA, and they're that high. Wow. See, one thing to our advantage too is I could even get these down to $15 a carton if I want to drive 20 miles out of town, get over on the reservation, buy them from the tribal smoke shop. I can get them down to $15 a carton. The old man quit buying them when they went to $4 a carton. Um, Andy says a pack of smokes or tobacco costs in the UK nearly £9 for a pack of cigarettes. Wow, over $10 a pack compared to us. Um, and almost 24 pounds for just under 2 ounces of tobacco. Wow, 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 wow. Alexander says, I began to smoke cigars. Usually a box of 50 lasts me a couple of months. One a day, and I'm good. Can stretch one of them out anywhere from 30 minutes to 4 hours. Yeah, I got a buddy here in the building I live in. I live in a big 8-story building. There's 82 apartments in this building. But I got a buddy here. He goes out. He's another guy that just don't know to get old. Yeah, older fella. He just bought a brand new Mustang with a big V8 in it. Just sweet car, right? But he sits out in that Mustang at 3 o'clock every single day. I can go catch him at 3 o'clock, sitting in his car with that big old stogie. And he sits out there and smokes that stogie till she's gone. And I've gone out there and chatted with him many times. And he buys his. His are Cuban. He's got a good source for Cuban cigars. They're expensive, but he only has one a day. They work out to about the same as smoking a pack of smokes a day, which is about $7-8 here. Yeah, we pay $7 to $8 a pack for cigarettes here. Rod says, I want to be buried naked and laying on my belly so this world can kiss my hiney. That's now, now a buddy of mine. This is not a joke. This is the truth. Someday I gotta get over to the cemetery they buried him in. Um, yeah, he had a fatal motorcycle wreck. Old buddy of mine, way back, and I didn't get to see a picture or anything, but he's got a headstone, and carved in that big granite headstone is a set of butt cheeks, just like what you're talking about. Big set of butt cheeks on there, and yeah, yeah. But in kind of like small, finer print on his headstone, his ex-wife sent me a message describing the whole headstone, and she sent what it says on the headstone, and then told me that at the bottom it's a butt sticking out, all carved in the stone. And in the small print it said, I took it here from the world. Uh, uh, oh no, My whole life, I took it here from the world. Now the world can go ahead and try to give it to me all they want. Yeah, yeah. Go out there and pound stone. And he says, looks like I will have somewhere to park my bike if I come to the funeral, Rod. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You have to take that bike to the car wash, spray the front wheel off when you're done after you leave. uh, and here you going down the road, splat, 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 splat. Uh, oh man, people are terrible. uh, no, yeah, people so stress over their death, trying to plan things, and they want it all worked out before, and this and that. And okay, I've been dealing with death my whole damn life. I got it all figured out. Now I got some money stashed away in my urn. My urn is well stashed away, and my boys know how to get to it. They get to it, and it's got the money in there to have me cremated. Now, I told them boys, if something happens to me, if I die, they're to get in this place. They got keys to get in here. They're to get in this place and get all the good shit out, everything they want. Get it all out of here, and get all the family heirlooms. Get that crap out of here. Just come and get it all out of here. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, unless you have assets that exceed $25,000, you don't have to go through probate. Okay, you don't have to. The courts don't get involved at all. Nobody gets involved. Well, I made sure to value my property. I valued my truck, my trailer, all my belongings, right down around 22,000. So the numbers are fudged a little bit. So probate isn't going to be an issue. So they can come in here, grab this stuff, and get it out of here. Just get it out of here. Both my girls know that's what's going to happen. They're going to get it all out of here. And if the girls want anything, they got to get a hold of the boys quick, because they're going to do it within 48 hours of me croaking. And then I told them, once you got all the stuff out of here you want, anybody contacts you and says, well, Sty owes this or Sty owes that, you say, well, Sty's dead, and we ain't paying it. And there's no estate because his value was under 20 grand or under 25 grand. I said, then when they contact you and they say, who's going to take responsibility for his funeral costs and his cremation or whatever you want done? Don't sign a thing. Don't sign a thing. No, just say, not me. It ain't going to be me. Talk to my brother. And he's going to say, no, I ain't going to be me. Talk to my brother. They're going to say, well, we already did. And he said, talk to you. And, well, neither one of you are going to pay. Who's going to pay? And both the girls know to say, no, not us. We're not signing. Because the minute you sign, now you're responsible for the costs, right? Well, they will have already grabbed my urn and the money. Now, in the state of Wisconsin, they'll cook me because I'm considered penniless, So they'll cook me. They'll go ahead and cremate me. Now, if I have it done personally, like my son went and said, yeah, Pop died and we want the body sent over here and you're going to cook them. Well, they already gave me a price. And they said, we'll lock that price in. Guess what? If nobody takes responsibility, they still have to cook you. They got to get it done. They can't just leave your carcass laying around. And they don't have what's considered pauper graves anymore, for the most part, in the state of Wisconsin. So what they do is they cremate you, and then they keep your box, cardboard box with a plastic bag full of your ashes, your ash. They got your ash in a box, and they put it on a shelf in this room. And they're required by law to keep it for 6 months in case somebody comes along to claim it. Now, the minute somebody comes along to claim those remains, under state law, they can only charge that person $625. Guess what? Cremation services privately arranged for just simple cremation. Just cook them and give me the box. $1,375. Half price. You get it done for half price by nobody signing. And I said, and you still get my ashes. You know, you got to wait a couple of months for that to play out. But yeah, you still get the ashes. So I said, that's the way to go. Because then you take the money out of the urn and you guys split it up. You pay that $600, drop my ashes in that urn, and then do what you do with it. Either bury me out in some of my favorite spots or just keep me around the house. I don't care. Because I'm not going to give a shit. Okay. Andy said, in your younger years, Ty, you ever try the more enlightening mushrooms? And if so, did you enjoy or not? Once. And yeah, it was enjoyable. I don't even remember what it was, which one it was. It just happened to be a gal that I kind of had the fancies for, you know. I kind of liked her psychedelic Volkswagen bus. That was nothing but a bedroom on wheels, boy. That was a sweet little bus she had. I loved that thing. Yeah, and she liked to do the shroom. There's always room for shroom. Yeah, that was her motto. I actually saw a picture of her a couple months ago. Now we're turning the clock back 46 years ago or so, and saw a picture of her. Oh, jeez. Oh, I bet you. I don't know where that Volkswagen van ever ended up. Even if it ended up in a crusher, it looks better than its owner back then. Oh, holy! Mother Nature had its way with her. Ouch. Yeah, I felt so bad for her. She was cute as sin when she was a young girl, and now I'm sure she screams every time she looks in the mirror. Alexander says, tell you what, Andy, I was on the native res in Cherokee, North Carolina, and tried a sweet, found out so much about myself, and did a vision quest after that. And then he says, under proper supervision, I would suggest anyone to try it. Yeah. Um, yeah, I can't use the name of it because the algorithm picks it up. People don't believe it, but I guarantee you, I've seen it. The algorithm is actually tracking voice on content. So they're tracking whatever I say. Oh. And there's keywords they're looking for. Anything that has to do with recreational or illicit, Boom, they flag it, demonetize the video. So what I'm talking to is a certain plant that's the bud. It's a bulb that is named for. I don't know if it's named for the tribe or if the tribe's named for it. Southwestern tribe. And what we used was the full tail fan of a grouse. And that's how you route a person out of their vision quest. I've been down that trip. That was enlightening. That was pretty enlightening. Would I do it again? Nope. For me, once was enough. Would I suggest somebody do it? Oh, I'd really have to know the person that is going to be the overseer of the process. And then I would, if I was comfortable with whoever's overseeing the process, then I would say, yeah, weird, but very tricky. You can mess somebody up bad with that process if you don't know what you're doing. Andy says, good for you, Alexander. Would like to see all politicians have to complete the 6-month course of the likes before they can enter politics. Whole world's problems sorted in under a year. Yeah. Andy says, I always journey alone unless I come here at the same time. Yeah, Andy. Well, that's it. But this is, I think we're within your comfort zone. So, yeah. Andy says 3,720 pounds for my funeral and 700 pounds for my plot of ground, both bought and paid for. Done deal. Don't have to think about it. It's all taken care of. My mother, my mother and her mother, my grandmother, both of them, same thing. Everything prepaid, all done. When they passed away, I mean, we didn't have to ask anything. They were coming to us and saying, oh, here's what was prearranged. Boom, 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 boom. This is all done for you. You don't have to. We didn't have to say, well, what about this or what about that? No, it's all covered. You don't have to worry about it. It's your choice, but all you have to do is show up. Okay. Need to try them on tours at camp, which could be easily arranged. And he says, mushrooms pretty harmless. Trouble is people want to keep upping the experience and end up on harder things. Should learn to settle for simpler things. Yeah. If you're paying for the tea, yeah. San Pedro. uh-huh. Scarlet. The two cacti above. Yeah. Alexander, the brain is such an amazing organ. It fascinates me the power we could potentially unlock just by using additives or even bio manipulations. Oh man, my uncle Sam has my funeral services covered. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, I told my oldest boy too. I said, you know, the only way that you can get that $255 from Social Security to bury my butt is to have his mother put in for it. So he actually talked to my ex-wife, and she said, yeah, she'd have no issue asking for the money and giving it right to him. So I told him, I said, there you go. Knocks it down to $400. And he says, don't attribute too much to the brain, Alexander. When you fall in love, where do you feel it? When you lose someone real close, where do you feel it? 95% of serotonin receptors in the gut, not brain. Yeah, Andy's saying that's handy, old man, to have his funeral services all covered by Uncle Sam. Old man says, Sty, you cook any good dinners lately with some leaves? Not yet. Not yet. Um, those leaves are going to be going out with me to camp when I head out to camp. Not all those leaves. a small, much smaller baggie of them is going out to camp with me. And I'm going to try a couple things with those leaves. Looking forward to it. Looking way forward to it. Alexander says, I wasn't necessarily meaning feeling wise. However, I agree with that, Andy. For sure. I know the serotonin thing to be to be true. Lost my mom 3 years ago now. And where did I feel it? My guts, for sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. At the time of loss, I felt the loss physically, not mentally. Now, I do believe there's a lot of people, the physical reaction that they're suffering through because of loss affects their mind to the point that it becomes an emotional trigger, and then their mind is playing off of those physical reactions to the loss. For me, I never had trouble with my mind. I had trouble with my body, with the physical impact that loss would have on my body. And still today, if I make myself recall a major loss, and it can go way back in time. But if I put myself in a position where I'm going to fully and intimately recall that loss, I have the same physical reaction now that I did back at the time of the loss. And it is a physical reaction to it. Yeah, Andy says, lost mine when I was 27 and felt robbed. For for you, those years so young, can't even contemplate that, mate. You have my condolences. Yeah, well, yeah, at 27, bummer, bummer. I'm telling you, it's a big bummer. I don't know. Yeah, some of you folks aren't aware. I've told this to people before, and I'm not ashamed of it. I don't hide it. I don't do a big sty story about it or anything, but I'm not afraid to disclose it. Expect because I don't know. I just hope that it helps people kind of understand the whole world a little better. But February 2nd, 1969, we came home from church because our family felt something terrible had happened. Didn't know what. We had that feeling. It was that gut feeling. We got to the house. My father never went to church with us. We got to the house. We all went running in the house, wondering what in the world could be wrong. I ran into my mother and father's bedroom, and my father had shot himself in the chest, committed suicide with a gun that I had gone out the night before to his squad car and brought into the house to him so that he could clean his service revolver so he'd be ready for duty on Monday. I was 12 years old. Well, I was 11 and I only had 9 days and I would be 12. And I, at that time, could not. It didn't register. He asked me to go get his firearm, bring it to him so that he could clean it so it would be ready for service on Monday. He had been forcibly retired from the police department 30 days prior to that. And his last day of employment was that Friday, that prior Friday. He wasn't going to work Monday. And I knew that. The whole family knew that. Dad don't have to go to work anymore, is the way us kids saw it. We didn't say, well, how are we going to eat? We said, oh, Dad doesn't have to go to work anymore. We'll have him to ourselves for a while. No. So, unfortunately, I was part of the tool used to end his life. That feeling, that was exactly 50 years ago, this February 2nd. And this February 2nd, I reminisced the details. You know, I can tell this without reminiscing the details because I saw it in person. And I don't reflect on that. I don't, except for once a year on that date. And when I did, I was sick for 3 days. I was physically ill for 3 days, 50 years after it happened. So yeah, that's where it people can say whatever they want, but I mean, your body is what reacts the most. And it's how your mind's going to deal with that reaction. That's where the mind comes in, is if your mind is healthy, that physical effect, you'll live with it. You'll learn to live with it. You know your mind's still intact. You just know your body's not right. Yeah. Yeah. So even at 27, man, that's young. That's young, young, young. My mother, um, I just lost her a year ago, January. Last January. It was a year before. Um, and she was 87 years old. 87 years old. That's amazing. I I had her in my life for 61 years. 61 years. And when she passed, oh, yeah, I felt it. I felt it. And boy, yeah, I was sad. I was really sad. But part of me also was constantly saying, God, God, was I lucky? Was I lucky? 61 years with my mother. Can't beat that record, you know? Yeah. So at 20, if I would have lost her at the age of 27, oh, that would have hurt. Oh, that would have hurt, hurt, hurt. Yeah, and Alexander said, thanks. It's tough. I still sometimes wake up and think it's about that time to give my mom a call, but the only way is forward. Got to keep moving. Absolutely. RSTD, great to see you. But and boy, I know where that's where you're at there. My mother called me on the same day at the same time, every single day of the week, even if that day was a holiday. Okay? And she did that uninterrupted for the last 15 years. literally the day after I was told she had passed away was the day she's supposed to call. And I dropped everything and just grabbed the phone ready for the call. And I did that for several weeks. And then when I finally got beyond it, she's not calling on that day. She's not going to call anymore. There's times just like Alexander's saying, there's times where I go, oh, that she's supposed to call today. No, she's not calling. Alexander says we Germans have an old World War One song with a part of the lyrics that hit me and keeps me motivated and moving forward from the memories of lost of loved ones. Hey, Native Granny's there. Did you get a nap at least, girl? Hey, you manage a kip? I can't believe how many people have been hanging out tonight. Um, it's awesome. Awesome. And we still got seven around the fire, and it's quarter after 12 here. We'll let it go to 12:30, guys. Um, 3 hours worth. Yeah. Good for you, girl. That's something at least. Oh man. Yeah. I could sit up all darn night talking to you guys, but I'm not gonna. I gotta get that sty trailer done this week. I just gotta. I just gotta. And I gotta figure out something for a video to post on Monday morning because I haven't got anything for Monday morning. Tomorrow's is going up. That's my 5 camping and fishing spot video. You gotta check that one out, folks. It's a long one, but it's worth watching, I think. There's a couple of neat little wildlife shots in that video. The one that's my favorite, if you got a larger screen you can go full screen on, you can really see that wildlife shot. I'll tell you right up, it's the second one. So after you see the first wildlife shot, down the road a ways, you'll see the second one. And the second one is kind of special. And he says, "Great news, Grammy. Be better to see that 3 rounded off to an 8, though. Yeah, she could use a full 8." Yeah, got the email thing figured out. Old man, Sty, you know what hurts worse? A cousin was getting married to this girl, and she died of a blood clot in her brain in 1973. Yeah, yeah. I've got a couple of friends, Native American friends on reservation I used to work for. Their daughter turned 18. 4 days after her 18th birthday, her and her boyfriend were going to Denver from northern Wisconsin out to Denver on a motorcycle as a graduation celebration. They got to Denver, got a motel room, really nice. Well, actually, a hotel. It was a hotel, not a motel. Really nice room. They got in their room, and her boyfriend said that he was putting their saddlebags off the motorcycle on the bed, and she walked into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. And he said that he realized she was just blank staring at the mirror. And then all of a sudden she turned around and faced him and said, "Oh no," and fell dead. They were supposed to get married a year later. Yeah, that's a terrible thing. And they found it was a brain aneurysm. Killed her instantly. 18 years old. That was a tough funeral. Ooh. And he says, all this water you keep visiting and no fishing rod. That's coming to an end this next camping trip, Andy. I mean, I'm telling you, every single bait you sent me is going to get wet. I've got that line all ready to go. Just got to put it on the reels, but I'm not putting it on till I get there. Right in camp, I'm going to reline both my rods. And I'm excited as sin. Um, yep. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going right over here. I gotta grab something. Let's see if I can even do this. Now, out of about $4,000 of that, you can't hear me. Out of about $4,000 of fishing gear, rods, reels, tackle, I had 5 tackle boxes. Out of all of it, I have nothing left. And I had talked about that before. But anyway, so I lost it all. And thanks to Andy, he's helped me quite a bit recover, quite a bit. So I went on, I bought a few new rods, you know. Um, I've got more that I'm going to get, but I've got all the basics I need. Fish every species I want to fish here in Wisconsin. But Andy sent me a ton of fishing gear. Now, now this isn't everything. I don't even know if you're going to be able to see it. I hope so. But this isn't everything. I'm going to show you here. This tackle box looks pretty beat up, don't it? Looks kind of dirty. Oh, I tell you what, this thing's spotless. This thing's spotless. You should have seen it this morning. I had already started sticking gear in it. I had cleaned the drawers, but not the outside of it. This thing was black, just black, nasty. This is the only piece of fishing gear that survived that got back to me, that was given back to me. This tackle box. Well, Andy sent me all these lures, and I didn't have nowhere to put them. So I decided, well, there is that tackle box in the Sty Adventure trailer. So I went and dug, and I found it. And the thing was nasty. Oh, it was nasty. And virtually empty. It had a few floats in it. It's all, yeah, nothing in it really. So Fortunately, everything Andy sent me will fit in this. Now, in the top, you can see the J-braid lines in there, and there's a bunch of one whole side is nothing but plastics that Andy sent me, and I have that many plastics out in my truck, with my gear for when I'm out running around. That's going in here. There's room for it. Well, then I'm going to tip this thing down. There we go. That's better. Well, then, see, I got pants on. Scare you guys? So, after cleaning this up, you can tell it's still kind of dirty in here. I got a little housekeeping yet to do. Okay. So, in here, over here, this is a whole container full of hooks for the plastics, for all those plastics. These floats are what was in this tackle box. These few little plastic buggers were in this tackle box. Okay. Now, where am I? There we are. This bag of hooks from Andy. Okay. These jig hits from Andy. Pretty awesome, eh? Plus all those plastics up in the top. Next row. Pretty empty again, right? Another full box of hooks for those plastics. Yeah, I think we get it. And these two nice lures from Andy. Okay. Hey, Andy's going, hey, you don't have to be doing that. But yeah, I do. Okay, I don't even know if you guys can hear me. Hey, good night, Rod. Thanks so much for being here. Now, that's a drawer I just did. Okay, now. Oh, there you go. Now this drawer is full. All lures. And some nice ones. Oh man, I can't wait to. Oh yeah, I can't wait to get some of these in the water, boy. This puppy, I like this puppy. Ooh, 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 yeah. A lot of rattle baits. They're all great crank baits. Jointed baits. Nice jointed bait. I got some new treble hooks. This is one of those that needed new trebles. But all those lures. Okay. A bunch in there. Then the top drawer. Now the top drawer's got all of what I consider the sweetest lures in it. There's jointed. This is a great 3-piece jointed. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Can't wait to get this jointed lure in that lake I'm going to, because I'm telling you, that's a perch pattern, and the northern pike and even the muskies would go nuts over this. They go absolutely nuts over this. It's full up. I mean, lures galore, and that ain't nothing. I mean, I had some of my own. I got those in smaller kits. Yeah, I'm gonna put this back up. Maybe. But all of my stuff is in smaller kits. Okay. But I also have a couple more crankbaits. I have a couple more crankbaits and a bunch more plastics from Andy that are out in the truck. Now, those two other crankbaits and all those plastics will fit in there. Some of my rigging will fit in there. And now I'm just going to get myself a smaller, convenient size tackle box. Well, no, I don't need to. I take that back. I'm not gonna. Nope, 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 nope. I've got two small tackle boxes with a lot of miscellaneous stuff in them. I've got this great tackle bag for on the kayak. I don't need any more tackle boxes. But what tackle I have will fill what I've got. So that's sweet. That's sweet. And yeah, uh, you think I'm a happy camper? And I'm getting all them lures wet. I am. That lake I'm going to, wherever I can paddle to on that lake, I'm going to fish the death out of that lake. I'm just, yeah, can't wait. Okay. Now that I did that, um, where'd I, oh, there it is. I thought I lost my mouse. My mouse ran away. Okay. Wow. Yeah, Andy was saying, no, 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 no. Do it at home. You want to wind it on with a wet rag in your spare hand and wind it on tight to reduce wind knots. Do it in camp and you can get problems. Not if I'm wind protected. And yes, I do have water and rags in camp. uh, I just hate hauling my rods up here to the apartment, but I might do that, Andy. I've got a week and a half before I'll be heading to camp. So, yes, Andy, okay. I'll give in this time. You mother hen. Okay. Andy says, my son will be 24 next month and daughter will be 34 3 days later. Cool. My youngest, my baby girl just turned 38. Just turned 38 years old. She's my baby. Yeah, Viking style. Yeah. Rod says, I keep nodding off. Think I'm going to hit the hay. You guys have a good one. Yeah. Said goodbye, Rod. Yeah. It's so great to see Rod all the time. Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, we're up to 23 likes. That's great. RSDT. Rod says, thank you, sir. See you guys Sunday. Yes, and we will be here. Yes. I'll be here Sunday for sure. Alexander says, "You ever use the old CP swing silver spinners? Um, they were made in France, I think. I slammed trout and smallmouth bass with them. Um, no, I haven't actually. No." And he says, if you can get them, you want to try the jig wobbler. Wind knots come from casting loose braid on the reel. Oh yeah, the wine knots. Yeah, you want see, and that's the way spider wire acts too, Andy. I found that out quick with spider wire. You want it to be a nice tight wind, um, because you end up with wine knots all the time. And so many guys, they'll cast an open face spin caster and they'll use the handle to snap the bail over. And so often they don't realize when they snap that bail over, if that cast is still reaching out and they all of a sudden that line's taut and it comes loose, man, it'll come right off the end of that spool. And there you go. There's your bird's nest, man. You just created it. Cast it. Make sure that you got a cast that's when it lands, you don't have all this free line just floating. And then just hand flip your bail shut and then reel it up. That way you're not putting all these weird stresses on that line and causing it to kick off. Yeah. Yeah. I see we're up to 25 likes all of a sudden. Cool. Yeah, Andy says 24, and then I look down just now, it says 25. Awesomeness. Native Grammy says, my daughter just turned 34 on the 5th. Oldest will be 38 in October. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Andy, you're saying what I was thinking. Wow. Wow. That's one of those deals where you see the mother with her daughters and they're in the public somewhere and somebody says to ask them a question and says, well, what about your older sister? And mom's going, I don't, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer being the older sister. And he says, often stop my casts before they land to straighten out that arc in the air. Yeah, yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, I hate that. And then all that loose line's got to drift. And yeah, yeah. Alexander does the same thing. I always hand flip. Always hand flip. The only time I don't is when I'm using my little panfish rod. It's snap. It bird's nest on me. Snip. And I'll retie a hook. Yeah. That little bugger, I could care less. But boy, when I'm bass fishing or fishing for northerns, walleyes, or muskie, I don't want to have to deal with wine knots and bird's nests. No, 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 no. Oh, quantum graphite. Yeah. 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 And he's got a bunch. Yeah. Yeah, I want to get myself a heavy medium or a heavy 7.5, 8 footer. Um, I really don't care if it's I don't care if it's graphite or glass. I really don't care. Um, just cheap, just cheap, and then get myself a good heavy reel for muskie. I'll see what happens in this next camp. Yeah, if I feel the burn that I really am going to enjoy getting back into muskie fishing from a kayak. A little tough muskie fishing from a kayak. Um, all the muskie fishing I ever did was in my 14-foot muskie hunter with a nice 50 horse Merc on the back and all stand up, walk around, tall pedestal seats, not sitting 6 inches off the surface of the water trying to catch, and you can't see and you can't figure out where the dam compared to standing up in the boat. And I ain't standing up in the yak. Everybody says, put outriggers on it and stand up in it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you put two 55-gallon drums on that thing. I'm not standing up in the kayak. I ain't doing it. For one reason, it's tough for me to get up. No, kokanee trout. No, no, no. We've got rainbows, browns, brookies. We got brook trout. We've got in certain locations, we've got coastal brook trout. Them buggers are nice, man. Not unusual to catch a 15, 20 pounder. And people go, well, that's not a brook trout. Well, yes, it is. It's called a coaster brook trout. The Red Cliff Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa, has the largest coaster brook trout hatchery operation worldwide. You go in there and look at some of their brooding stock, all of them over 20 pounds. And they're brook trout. Not they're not a lake trout. They're not a salmon. They look like a dang salmon. They're huge. Um, but you're not supposed to keep them. Catch and release only. Trying to get them to come back to our rivers and creeks up here on Lake Superior. They stock all the time. They've been stocking for years. Um, but okay, those are our inland trout, freshwater trout. Then we've got the trout out in the Great Lakes, and you've got browns, rainbows, get quite large ones out here on the big lake, and some monster lake trout. Oh, big lake trout out here. And then we've got cohos. We got salmon here. Um, Native Grammy saying LOL. Yeah, old enough. Hey, 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 girl. Yeah, I I praise you for not looking at. I'm sorry, but you don't. You just don't. Yeah, no. I wouldn't have imagined your kids that age. No. And she's got 12 grandkids. Almost caught up to me. I got 15 and one great grandson. Um, on that heavier rod, it doesn't really matter to me. A bait caster would be nice, or a spin rig. Um, Either one of them would be nice. Doesn't have to be super heavy, but because we're talking about catching fish in the 15 to 30 pound range. Oh yeah, we got some steelhead up here too, but Lake Erie is a great spot. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I've watched a lot of videos of the guys steelhead fishing along Lake Erie. Now, my uncle used to go and fish for steelhead around Lake Erie. Yeah, yeah. It's a trout, but yeah, it sure looks like a salmon though, don't it? Yeah, see here I have to have a trout stamp to fish for trout at all, inland or Lake Superior. I have to have a trout stamp, which I got. It's $10 for a trout stamp, so it's not too bad. And it only costs $20 a year for a fishing license, so $30 total with the trout stamp. I caught steelhead when I was a kid. I was like 13, 14, went with an uncle, and I'm trying to remember where we went. And we caught steelheads. Yeah. And we'll keep my eyes open. Boy, yeah, and your eyes go all over, guy. You're looking everywhere. I That's on the other night we're on these food topics. All of a sudden he's popping up all these links. Oh, Sty, check this out. Oh, Sty, check that out. Uh, he's trying to kill me. I'm looking at them food videos before I'm going to bed, just hungrier than sin. Want wanting to head to the kitchen. And Grammy says my ex used to net fish in the Columbia River, but the tribe has fish giveaways. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I miss. Oh boy, I a very dear friend of mine passed away. It'd be 2 years now. Um, his name was Eugene Big Boy. He was the tribal chairman for a local tribe here, and him and I had known each other for many years, and I just adored the man. He was yeah, yeah. He was a great man. And the tribe that he belonged to doesn't do as much spearing for walleyes as most of the other Chippewa bands do. Now, like the other closest band to us, it's all it's all spearing, and and but the tribe he belonged to, they had a couple of awesome rivers. They have a couple awesome rivers running through the reservation, and they'd net those walleyes out of there. Oh my gosh. And you could go off the mouth of those rivers out in Lake Superior and fish for walleye. You could go out there right now in the middle of the night, go out there, start fishing, and you're going to start hitting big walleyes around there. They don't even put a dent in the walleye population there. But every year he'd say, "Hey, Sty, we went netting. You want some walleye?" And I'd always show, "Yeah, sure." He'd show up with a stinking cooler, one of them big styrofoam ones, big one. I'd open it, and he'd say, "You got to get that. You got to get that bugger to the fridge right away because there was no room for ice." And you look in there, and it's nothing but Ziploc bags from the bottom to the top, full of walleye fillets that are an inch and a half thick. Just huge fish. Oh, we were in walleye heaven all the time. When Eugene passed away, that came to an end. Came to an end. His family kind of fell apart when he passed away. Yeah, yeah. That they had a hard time losing losing the top dog of their family. I can see why though. Yeah, those videos had some wicked food on them, though. Yeah, yeah, and I got some ideas off of them for future camps. Yeah. I don't fix food like that here at home. I just don't. I just can't eat it all, and I can't depend on my boys to be here, so it's just too much. And I got a small freezer, so I don't have room to make a large quantity of something and freeze a bunch of it. So that's stuff I do out at camp on a try to do it on a smaller scale. But yeah, those recipes were awesome. Awesome, awesome. Alexander said, um, oh, Native Granny said Bandit wants to go to work too. I bet you Bandit just wants to go for the ride. Let's ride. Yeah, I've never eaten lamprey either. I ain't cool with lamprey. That's a ugly, nasty little bugger. Um, and I just yeah, nasty little buggers. I like burbots, lawyers. They're prehistoric looking fish. They look like a catfish with a fin that runs all the way from the head all the way to the tail. And you skin them like you do a catfish. And yeah, we call them poor man's lobster up here. Oh, Andy, Andy, I just looked at that. I mean, uh, what, that's such an awesome offer. But yeah, no, for now, I, yeah, I'd have to say, let's hold off on that. Yeah, yeah. That'd be pretty tough for me to swing. And I don't want to invest that much until after this camping trip to see if I really want to get back into the full swing. If I want to get back into the full swing, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I know how you're so darn giving, man. You're so darn giving. But yeah, let's not yet. Let's on this one, please. Let's hold off on this one, okay? Yeah. We'll see how I nail a couple of muskies. I might be getting hold of you and say, hey, but let's see. Yeah. For St. Croix, that's a good. I mean, I'm telling you, that's a sweet price. I I had 4 St. Croix that disappeared, and 2 of those St. Croix, retail on them was over $300 a piece. The other 2 were in the 200 to $250 range, and technically, I was fishing with inexpensive rods. I mean, okay, Alexander says, I had a friend who was fishing for steel and had a lamprey attached to him. I didn't know what a lamprey at the time was, and I looked it up. Reminds me of the movie Dune. Oh yeah, through the sand. They look just like them dang things, don't they? Oh, I can't stand lampreys. I can't stand them. I've caught salmon during the spawn and have a damn lamprey latched to the side of them, and I'll take a salmon that's had a lamprey attached to him, and I turn the salmon loose. I don't want them. I don't want them. Not after that lamprey's been sucking on them for who knows how long. Gambler's Choice. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we're going and going tonight, aren't we? Yeah, it's 10-1 over here where I'm at. And I was gonna shut down by 12:30 no matter what. Yeah, we're still going. I'm not complaining, am I? Okay. So Gambler's Choice is saying, "Hi, hey, hope all is well. Yes, all is good here." And, um, and then he says, "Beard envy." Yeah, yeah. Um, Native Grammy says, "If I would have known you when my dad passed away, I would have gave you all his old tackle I found in the barns. Shoot, it's probably still there. The people we sold the place to haven't done anything with it." Yeah, isn't that sad? Oh, yeah. 6:50 there, AM. Gambler's Choice says, "I don't fish, but I'm currently working right next to the river Thames in London." Wow, cool. You're not, yeah, you're in Andy's country there. Andy's going, Tilbury? Alexander says, "Well, I'm on my last course banquet for the night. Once I'm done, I have to hit the bed. It's calling me. Gonna load up one last chew of, yeah, of WB extra long cut to keep me going a bit longer." A long cut, boy, I haven't chewed that in years. I used to. Thames, but spelt Thames. LOL, I think. On the same stretch where Barry Gibbs, lead singer from the Bee Gees, lives. Wow. Thames. LOL. I just watched a documentary on the chalk cliffs between on the English Channel between England and France, and that at one time, ancient times, was all connected, and how that was considered a super flood that actually separated England from the mainland. That was an awesome documentary. Those chalk cliffs, I'd love to see them. Oh, I'd love to see them. That's cool. But they did show this shot of all these people. They're standing out there, and you can see this big crevice and this big crack in that chalk cliff. And then morons are standing out on the piece that's hanging out. And then they were showing cuts of some of that chalk after heavy rains calving and sloughing off of those cliffs. And I had to rewind it. Look, the morons are standing on a piece that's got a big damn crack all the way through it. And it's a piece that's about the size of 15 city buses. And they're standing on it. They need to watch that video. And I bet you they'll be standing a couple hundred yards farther back. Oh, that was pretty cool. And he says, "I live at the far end, the far northern end of the estuary, top end of the Essex coast." Alexander, which docu was that? I love watching that stuff. I can see if I can find it. Um, I should be able to. If I can find it, I'll pop a link up for it. I'm sure I got it here. It's got to be here. Hmm. I don't know where it went. Oh, I can find it here. Can't be too far down. Uh, where are you? Where are you? You got to be here quick. Oh my gosh, I don't know if I've got it. Oh, it, boy. Oh man, that's a bummer if I don't have it because yeah, yeah, if you like that kind of stuff, I'd love to be able to put you onto it. Um, I can't believe I didn't hit the like button on that. Doesn't look like it, and it should be in my history though. Anything I watch shows up in that history, and I'm scanning through it, and I'm not seeing that bugger. Um, it's got a really uh, the title has to do with um, I think they call them super floods. Um, yeah, I just not seeing it. That is a bummer. I don't know where it is. Um, man, oh man, oh man, that's got me bumming because I just watched it a couple days ago. Taking one last scan through this and see if possible. I watch a lot of stuff. I'm surprised. I'm looking at this now. I don't feel quite as guilty. I've been watching folks' channels. Um, oh, it does not look like it's there. Why would it not be? Everything else I watched is there. Oh, Lordy. No, it doesn't look like I've got it. Sorry about that. Um, I just watched another one called Devil's Island Colonies of the Dead. That was pretty wicked, too. The history of Devil's Island. Okay, Gambler's Choice. You have a good night. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, he's so right. Gambler's Choice said, love a good documentary, lol. Us English aren't the most intelligent when it comes to health and safety, lol. Oh no, we got our fair share. Tell you what, the U.S. has got more than its share of morons. I'm telling you. And he says people die every year over here like that, Sty. If they had gunpowder for brains, they couldn't blow their nose. Oh, I've seen it here. I've seen it here. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. I saw a guy, we got a spot across the lake, across Lake Superior from us, up on the North Shore of Minnesota. There's a spot that's called Palisade Head. Well, it drops about 300 feet to the shore of Lake Superior, sheer cliffs, right? Rock climbers, professional rock climbers, love it. They'll bring novice rock climbers out there to train on some of the lower cliffs, but the reason they don't like unsupervised novices rope climbing down those things is because that rock, there's so much spray off of Lake Superior, and the drafts take that spray right up the face of that rock and make it just slick as shit. I love that place. I've been there dozens of times. Oh, you can see out over Lake Superior. You can actually see the Wisconsin shoreline way the hell off, 40 miles or so. Well, I was there and I watched this moron walk out on the end of this outcrop of rock. And I started yelling at him, don't go out there. Don't go out there. He's just a tourist with a camera. And he gets out there, and sure enough, he slips. That sucker disappeared. And I was just like, oh, shh. I didn't want to look over the edge, see the splat. And then all of a sudden, I seen his head pop up. That sucker fell into a crevice that was about 3 feet wide. And I went over there, and he come crawling out of that crevice. And I looked down that crevice. If he would have not gotten a hold of the rock before it would have gotten narrow enough to pinch him in that crevice, he would have dropped about 75 feet. And you know what he says when he gets out of that crevice? They should have a fence up here or a wall or something to stop us from going out there. I said, what they need to do is take a fence post and smack you in the forehead with it. Oh, that is stupid people. Yep, some people, I mean, yeah, you just can't fix stupid, right? The oh yeah, Andy, I just opened that link. Already started watching it. Already, you sent it to me in the email. Do you remember? Yeah, you sent me that link in the email, and I already started watching it. The yeah, that's gonna be. I like Ernest Borgnine anyway. Yeah, that's gonna be a good one to finish watching. I know I've seen it back in the '70s, but it's been long enough that I really don't recall enough of it that I can watch it and it'd be just like a fresh movie. Um, oh yeah, Cosmic Rex on YouTube. Yeah, there's some pretty good stuff on there too. Yeah. Old man says, Andy, you ever been to St. Croix? It is a nice place, or was, in 1973. And Andy hasn't. Alexander says, just struck 2 a.m. here. Going to have to go. See you on the next stream. I'll stay just long enough to finish this chew. Hey, Alexander, it's been a blast having you here. Been a blast. Yeah, we're gonna have to wrap this thing up here in just a couple minutes anyway. It's after 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. here, 1 p.m. I wish it was. But yeah, it's 1 a.m. here. Yeah, Alexander, you're so right. Thanks, same to you and Sty. Some people rather be mad than wrong. Yeah. That's so true. Boy, I tell you what, it especially if it comes to life and limb. or losing a finger or something. If somebody tells me, "Whoa, you do that, this is what's going to happen to you," I'm not going to tell them, "Oh, mind your own business. Shut up. Somebody else should have this or that." No, I'm not going. I'm going to go, "Oh, whoa, really? Oh, thanks." But it's amazing how many people you try to tell. You try to tell them that don't do that. That ain't good, and they turn on you. Don't you tell me. And it's just like, okay, I'll watch the bear chew you up. I have a style story on that one. Someone that wouldn't listen found out the hard way that black bears aren't Disney beasts, friendly little Disney beasts. That is not Baloo the bear. Bare necessities, a simple bare necessities. Yeah, yes. So, so he was dumb as a post. um, and he says perhaps they should turn the floor into a danger, danger sign in Braille. If you can't see the edge of the cliff, you shouldn't be going anywhere near it. LOL. the And he says, "Weren't you going to be snoring by now, Sty?" Yeah, 1 o'clock. I would have been just doing a couple of wrap up things around the house and having a late night snack and heading for the rack. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming pretty quick here, guys. The Native Grammy's out of here saying, "We'll see you Sunday." Wonderful, girl. Wonderful. You have a great rest of the week, girl. Take care of yourself. Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it, girl. Yep, Andy, that puts it right there. Saying those people have manure for mental capacity. Yes, that's so true. Yep. Yeah, saw, Andy, that you fixed Alexander's comment there. Yeah, he spelled it right. Alexander saying late night snack sounds good right now. Yeah, I gotta eat something before I crash tonight. I don't know what though. It's not as if I didn't eat. I had some of them great noodles from Andy today. Yeah, actually, guys, right now it says that there's 5 people watching, and that's the lowest we've been through the whole stream tonight. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's to see it at 5 right now. We've had nights where there's 3, 2 or 3, and what the heck? I can't beat this. I mean, this has been a great stream, even though I had to use Hangouts. And now Sunday, I'm going to try OBS one more time. If it hangs up on me, I'm going to switch over and do a stream either through Hangouts or through the YouTube camera process. But nope, I ain't doing this. The Andy's telling Alexander, try this for a snack. And Alexander said, maybe a cupcake, maybe a sandwich. I'm thinking a sandwich. Andy says, Baby Bell special. Oh, That looked so dang good. That really did look good. I got to do that my next camping trip. I'm going to do it in the pie iron. Definitely do it in the pie iron. The I'm going to have at least one large cast iron pan with me for doing some other cooking. There's no way I'm going to get all the cast iron cleaned and seasoned before that trip. I just don't think it'll happen. If if possible, I'd like to get the Dutch oven done and be able to have that with me in one frying pan, one cast iron frying pan. That'd be good. Yeah, it was simple. I mean, it was simple. I couldn't believe it. Well, a lot of those recipes, watching them, I'm going, wow, that is simple. There you go, old man. That's about right. OBS, old barn smells. Yep. And he had Dutch oven watermelon and a chicken. The thing is that makes for us here, that one, I like that recipe. That had really had my attention. But that's I mean, a whole chicken. I mean, that's a lot of chicken for this old boy. It takes forever for me to finish up a whole chicken. Plus the cost of watermelon. I mean, that's going to cost me 12, $15 to do that recipe. Um, so it's kind of spendy to make more food than what I can probably eat up. Um, but I do want to try it. It might be something that I make arrangements to have Cheesehead there or somebody else there that can share it with me or something. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I met this fella. For you guys that watched my waterfall video, my latest one on waterfalls, um, there's a fella in the video on at Foster Falls when I'm panning. I asked him, I said, "Do you mind as I pan catching you on video because I got a YouTube channel, blah blah blah." And he said, "Yeah, no, don't worry about it." Yeah, and you can tell when he's talking to me. Yeah, he's got a good Southern accent, and I found out he's from Oklahoma. Now I got to try to remember. I believe his name is Clint. Clint. Well, he emailed me. He found my email through my YouTube homepage. He emailed me and he's asking when him and I may be able to get together and do a little fishing, do some bushcrafting, or just get together to BS. Well, I'm good with all three. So maybe we can arrange something where we're bushcrafting, fishing, and BS. So he might be a guinea pig for one of these recipes too. But that was really cool to meet the fellow. I don't know what he does for a living. I just know that he said he's up here until December, um, first part of December, for his employment, for his work. So, so I got plenty of time to get together with this fella and get to know him. But that was so neat to meet him. It was so neat to meet him, even though we had 40 feet of water between us, yelling back and forth. Um, and it's neat because he's living in a campground. He must have a big RV or something, but he's living in a campground right at the crossroads where I turn to head down to those falls that I like so much. So he's actually nearby. He's no more than maybe 18 miles from here. So yeah, that'll be pretty cool. Yeah, Alex said recipe in English. Press enter too soon. And he says you could bake in foil a large onion with ground beef inside and a baby bell or two in the center. Oh yes, yes, yes. Yeah, that dang onion, taking the guts out of it, making that. Yeah. Oh, those look good too. Oh yeah, geez. There's so many things that a person can do, but you can't do them all because then I would croak. I mean, I can't eat that. I can't. Well, I can't. I shouldn't eat all that. So I gotta be careful. I gotta look at these, and I like the onion deal. I really do. That one I'm gonna do too. I'm gonna try that because using a large onion in the burger with the baby bell in it, that would be. I'd be able to. That's me. That I could eat. That's a meal. I wouldn't have to do a whole pound of burger and blah blah blah. 4 onions or some damn thing. Yeah, yeah. The language doesn't matter much. Yeah, it's pretty self-explanatory, isn't it, Andy? Old man says, I was asked today at the doctor's if I have any new allergies. I said, yes, I'm allergic to idiots. Yeah. Yeah. Is there a pill for that, doc? Oh, yeah, Alexander. Can't say I'm scared of death. Look at what and how I eat. LOL. That is great. Yeah, that is so true. Me too. Everybody keeps saying, hey, you had open heart surgery. You're diabetic. You got this, you got that, and you're eating that bacon wrapped, cheese filled chicken breast, and you're eating this with it and that with it. Yeah. It's like I told my doctor when they did open heart surgery on me. She said, see, that's what you get for 60 years of bad habits. I said, okay. She goes, so are you going to change your habits? I said, nope. She goes, then you're going to end up with another heart attack. I said, what, 60 years from now? It took me 60 years to have the first one. You fixed it. How long is it going to? Are you telling me that there's no warranty on this dang thing? You did all that work and there's no warranty? She goes, well, no, it'll last you, but you got to watch what you're doing. I said, if it only lasts half as long as the first job did, you think I'm going to live another 30 years? I'd be 92 years old. At that time, I'll be begging to go. so, so yeah, yeah, I eat what I want. Yeah, I like that, Andy, talking about the doctor and their point being, and yeah, and there's two meds that I'm allergic to. There are two meds. One's a certain type of synthetic antibiotic. I can't remember what it is. They got it in my records. And then this antidepressant. This stupid doctor gave it to me because he thought it would calm me because my blood pressure was blowing through the roof. But this other consulting doctor said, no, no, he just needs a lot of fluids and he needs this and this and some rest and this and that, and things will settle down. Well, no, we'll put him on this antidepressant and that'll calm him down and this. They put me on it. I turned into a slobbering fool. I mean, I was drooling and blah, 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 blah. And my regular doctor came in and I said, Doc, look at what they did to me. They gave me this pill. Holy shit, my doctor blew a cork. Blew a cork. Get him the hell off of that. And they took me off that. Literally within 6 hours, I was fine. I was normal again. They said, yeah, we're going to list you as being allergic to that. I said, thank God. Never take that crap ever again. SSRIs are seriously harmful, period. Yeah. You don't need it. Yeah. Any of that synthetically, chemically designed crap will screw with a person's whole system, their whole nervous system, not just their brains. I mean, yeah. I'm not for them. No. And he says, welcome to my old world. Never going back to those things. Oh yeah. They know darn well. My personal doctor, yeah. I mean, I could go in there and tell her, oh, my mother ran over my favorite cat who was being chased by my best loving dog, and she killed them both, ran them over, and she panicked and she hit a telephone pole. The telephone pole fell down on the house, burnt the house down, and she died in the accident. And on and on. And my doctor would listen to that, and she'd say, yeah, like everything else, Di, you'll get through it. Not once would she say, you want me to give you some Prozac or something to help deal with your depression? Not what. She would never, ever bring it up. She wouldn't go there because she knows what I tell her. Tell her, hey, very first dose is going to be a suppository and it's going right up your hiney because you ain't giving me that crap. Yeah. They don't do any serious research on anything until people are dropping like flies. And it's the people that raise holy cane, and then they have to get private funding to start doing post research when they should have been doing the research from day one. Yeah. Andy, you're so right. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, somebody that they're all lying in each other's palms, that's for sure. Andy says light switched on for me when I looked into how little mental health issues incredibly poor people in the third world have, yet they have the worst problems to deal with. Yeah, yeah. They adapt and persevere. That's what happens. That's the way things are supposed to be. I tell you what, if you're you some mental health issues literally are a physical issue. Majority of mental health issues they deal with out there, Lord have mercy. It's called life. And that's the problem. They've been promising society, the world, we're going to make life bearable for you. We're going to help you bear life so that you can get through it without feeling the pressure. That doesn't help anybody. Nope. Alexander says, being I grew up in the 90s, I went through that whole ADHD, medicate your kid bullcrap. The schools are a part of it. It's like they experimented on us. Yup. Andy's saying, yup. Yup. Oh, we had a blow up here over that stuff in the 90s. Oh, yeah. Especially when I found out. See, they didn't like it because that was my career, was governmental high finance, anything high finance in government. I'd stick my nose in governmental units business all the time, and they did not like that. They did not like me sticking my nose in their business. Well, I found out the local school district, if they could classify your kid with ADHD, guess what? They got a huge, huge financial bonus to their annual school operating budget with no restrictions on the funds. They did not have to go to help that ADHD kid. They could be put in the school's general fund and they could do what they wanted to do. Um, so so when I found that out, I started telling the whole world. I started telling them, hey, they want to diagnose your kid with that. And how did they do it? School counselors, then from the counselor to the school psychologist, their colleagues in the general mental health field, they never contradict each other, even if they know the other person's wrong. It's just, yeah, I'll support your diagnosis. So they get a psychiatrist that'll support them, and they say, yeah, that's classic ADHD case. We'll put them on these meds. Boom. All of a sudden, the school's getting almost an extra $2,000 a year for that kid. Now, when they have a school district with over 2,000 kids in it, and they managed to tag 380 kids with that, just on the ADHD. Now, you take that 380, multiply that by $2,000. What the heck? And that school was getting that extra funding because of that, but not providing any additional or specialized education for those that money was given to them for, because they're not required to. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Andy, go see the shaman. Yeah, Adderall, Ritalin. Yeah. To hell with it, he says. Yes, Alexander. Boy, we sure agree on some of this. Why? And he says, until well after the medication was invented, there was no such thing as an ADHD. No, no. What they do is that, uh, you know, I don't see them using that term anymore, but we used it in the 90s all the time. And that was that these were fashion illnesses or trend illnesses, okay? Because they were created through treatment. What they did was through their treatment, they actually created the condition. Then they tried to treat the condition that they created through a treatment. It was all money related, all money related. And you weren't in fashion in the 90s unless you had at least one kid with ADHD. And if you said anything to somebody about, oh man, the first thing you need to do is get that kid off all them damn meds. Oh boy. Oh boy. That's like doing something real nasty, like yelling the N word in the Bronx. I mean, come on. That, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Andy. It still is. Yep. The tailor-made illnesses. And that's so true that they That's why I just adore Gemma when she's here. I just adore her because autism is a real thing. It is a real thing. And I'm not gonna fool myself or anybody else. I don't know enough about it. And I've got family that are dealing with a couple of autistic family members. And even though they're two separate families, they also have two separate opinions as to where did the autism originate from? Where did it come from? All kinds of different opinions. But what I love about Gemma is that's not where she goes. She wants to deal with the people that are inflicted with autism today and look at all these alternative methods of managing their issues and how they can learn and how others can learn that they can be a perfectly functional person in society as she is. I mean, and she is. She's very good. And yeah, yeah, those kind of things. People want to glorify that and then tag these people. You've got this. And now we got your number, is what they're saying. Ching, 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 the rest of your life. Ching, ching. Oh, I can't stand that. I can't stand that. That's right. Alexander's right. They are not creating cures, they are creating customers. And he says, great way to start your kids' life off. Brainwash them into believing they cannot cope without medication every day. Yet people call nature's finest a bad thing. Yes. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that just nuts? Alexander's saying, yes, autism is real. I am one of them, LOL. Look up Asperger's syndrome. Yep. And high functioning autism. That's Gemma. And what made me overcome was my problems was not just the martial arts mental training I got as a kid, but the way my parents and grandparents raised me. Yes. Yes. You know, back in the day, it didn't matter if your kid had 3 heads and 6 legs and was butt ugly. Good parents raised that kid to be confident in themselves because their parents believed in them. That was the beginning of them having a successful, meaningful life, was their parents showing them the love and respect that they needed and the confidence to excel. You're You know what? If everybody in the world didn't have legs, would they call the person that was born with legs disabled? In the world of people without legs, in the world of people without legs, the only ones that would be disabled are the ones that don't want to do anything. They don't want to be themselves. Otherwise, if everybody didn't have legs, there's nobody disabled here. We're able to do this, we're able to do that, we're able to. What I'd rather hear somebody say, "Oh, he's unable. He's unable to he's unable to reach that light without a step stool." Simple as that. He's not disabled. He's unable to do it that way. That doesn't mean he's disabled because now he can use his noggin, and figure out a way to get up there because he's not disabled. He's just unable to do it from here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Old man says, I saw on YouTube earlier today that the ticks have been weaponized with diseases, especially Lyme disease. See, yeah, I hear those things and I don't know, I can't say absolutely. Oh, yes, absolutely. I can't say that. I can't, I also can't say, I know that's a bunch of baloney. I can't say that either. No, sir, I can't. Do I doubt? Do I doubt that they have? Not really. Not really. I still don't know whether they really have or not because some of these things they could have done and it got out of control, out of their hands. I believe that's happened many times. We've had many of invasive things happen to us in society where they were all of a sudden it was a controlled project that became out of control. They lost control and they just shut their mouths and don't say it was us. So yeah, that's yeah. Um, does it? Yeah. So if 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 that is the case, then then yeah, then people be damned. And that's why okay. See, and I really I really push. Watch for them ticks, guys. Watch for them. Watch for them. Use repellent. People go, well, bushcrafters should use smoke, or he should rub this on them, put this sap on them, or this. That. I don't care. Do it any way you want, but protect yourself from ticks. I'll use 40 or more percent DEET. I'm sorry, I will. And I use that stuff I can't remember the name of, that spray for my clothes and my gear. I'll use it. I'll keep using it. I do not want a tick attaching itself to me. Not with the stuff that they carry now. And here's a kicker. Here's a kicker. So where did Lyme disease come from? Where did it come from? That goes right to what old man's saying. Did they weaponize it somehow to weaken society? Could be. That's why I said I don't know. I can't prove it, can't disprove it. And I don't care too much when people say, this is the proof. And I look at it and I go, it's not hard facts. It's still opinion. It's pretty close to being able to say, oh, absolutely. But it's not there. It just doesn't get there. I want to see the blood on the hands to believe it, but full heartedly. That doesn't mean I doubt it. Doesn't mean that I believe in it. Doesn't mean I doubt it. It means I'm skeptical either direction. So, but it plays into what I do for just my own life. Better safe than sorry. so, so yeah, you're better safe than sorry. But like I said, where did Lyme disease come from? Where'd it come from? I was born in 1957. I didn't hear of Lyme disease, mind you. I didn't even hear of it until the late 1970s. Well, I'd say about 1975, 78, because my wife's grandmother ended up with it. And even my wife's grandfather was, well, what the heck is that? And they said, well, it's from a tick bite. And he said, well, then I got it. So they tested him. Nope, he didn't have it. He was a logger, a horse logger. He didn't, not a modern logger. He had teams of horses, went out and logged with his horses. He said, I've had literally thousands of tick bites where I've had to yank the tick out or cut them out. And he says, "Why don't I have it?" Back in the 70s, I said, "That's a good question. Where the heck did this tick with this lime stuff, this lime flavored tick come from that bit grandma?" I've never heard of them before. My Both my grandfathers were outdoorsmen. They're outside all the time, and they would have ticks on them, and they'd pick them off. Us kids would get ticks on us, and they'd pick them off. None of us got sick. None of us had lime flavored ticks on us. All of a sudden, one day, boom, we've got Lyme disease. Yeah, that's pretty, boy, that makes you wonder. Um, yeah, Andy, that's the line in the sand. Yeah, that's so true. And he says, I met a bloke in a bar who had no legs. He was just bumming around. Oh, yeah, I've seen guys like that. But then again, I saw a guy at Walmart last summer, and I was watching this guy, and he's in this, you could tell it's kind of a low rider type wheelchair, and you could tell his legs weren't working. He's got his wheelchair, and he's got two bungee straps from the back of his wheelchair attached to the front of a big Walmart shopping cart, and that cart's full of groceries. Full of groceries. And he's coming down the parking lot. I'm parked way out on the end. Place was just too dang busy. I did not want somebody smacking into my truck, so I parked way down the parking lot. I don't mind walking. But here's this guy coming down the parking aisle with a grocery cart full in tow. And I watch him. He gets over and he's got this little Subaru Outback, right? He wheels up to it and he pops the hatch. He reaches back, undoes his bungee strap, spins that wheelchair around, starts loading all of his groceries in the car. I'm just watching this guy. I'm standing outside my truck, finishing the smoke. And when he got done, he closes the hatch. Now, that hatch is way the heck up there, right? This guy's, this guy's got it figured out. There's a handle on the inside of that hatch. He takes one of them bungee cords, it's just a little flip. He's got that handle. He pulls that hatch down, closes his hatch. I see him roll up his bungee cord, sticks him in a pouch next to him in that chair. And he spins around and he's going to push that cart over to the cart corral. And I thought, time to help him out. So I zip over there and I go, hey, I'll grab that cart for you. I'm going in the shop right now. And he goes, oh, hey, great. Thank you. I said, no, you don't have to thank me. I need a cart anyway. No implication that you need help. No, I wasn't going there. And he goes, he says, I can usually read people pretty good. And he says, there's a lot of people I tell them to kiss my hiney because I'll do it myself. He says, people only want to help you because they feel guilty or something. And I kind of laughed at him. I said, I watch you haul your groceries out here, put them in your car, do everything on your own. I said, I tell you what, I don't feel guilty for you being able to. I said, I'm such a lazy bum. I said, if somebody said, hey, I'll put your card away for you, I'll say, oh, thank you. I said, I'll thank them more than you do. And we talked for a few minutes. And then he went to get in his car. And I asked him flat out, I said, why didn't you park way up front? There's all kinds of open handicap spots. Why aren't you up there? He goes, oh, there's people that, he says, there's elderly people. Yeah, there's people that need those spots a lot more than I do. Okay. And while we're talking, he goes up, opens the driver's door, and he hauls himself into that driver's seat, reaches out, folds that wheelchair up right over his lap, and it goes right over the top of his head and into the back seat. He closes the door and lowers the window, and we're still talking. I said, you know what? You're pretty damn talented. He goes, oh, yeah, I get around pretty good. Get around pretty good. Yeah, he gave me a whole new look on the term disabled. No. He was unable to walk that cart out, but he was not disabled in getting a cart to his car. No. And he wasn't disabled in his mind. No way. He wasn't going to let anybody make him disabled. What do we got going on here? Native Grammy said, oh, just got to work. Okay. Wiley is so loud I could barely hear you in my headphones. Oh, that's it. Alexander hit it. Permethrin. That's the stuff I spray on all my gear and my clothes. It's a little spendy. It's $16 or something like that for 24 ounces. I just bought a couple of bottles for this season. Stuff lasts for a long time. In fact, this vest I'm wearing is treated with it. And I don't find ticks on me. I do not find ticks on me. Now, I'll find mosquitoes if I'm wearing just this vest. I'll find mosquitoes on my forearms or my hands, around my forehead if I'm wearing a do-rag. But from my ears down, because of the vest, they leave me alone. My camo shorts are treated with it. I'll wear those. I won't have any skeeters bothering my legs till about 6 inches below my knees down to my feet. Then they'll attack down there because it's farther away from that. But that stuff works. I'm telling you. Native Grammy says, I use Deep Woods Off with 40% DEET. Bandit uses that stuff you put in between his shoulder blades and run down his back to repel fleas and ticks. Yep, that stuff works. Both my mascots, I used it on them. Never had to pull ticks off of them. Alexander said, whoop. Well, Chew is done. I'm going to get going here. See you all in the next stream. Thanks, Alexander. It's been awesome. It's been awesome having you here. Yeah, Native Grammy, lime flavored ticks. Well, back then I can remember saying, "What's this Lyme? Why do they call them Lyme? Why do they call it Lyme disease?" And then when they said, "Well, it's carried by deer ticks," well, why is it only carried by deer ticks? Well, what's wrong with the other ticks that they can't have Lymes too? I mean, something wrong with this whole picture. Sounded to me like those were custom designed Lyme ticks. Yeah. All right. It's so late. There's no way there's kids watching this, but Deep Woods Off with at least 40% DEET. The men out there. It's really for the men out there. Just remember when you're out there hiking and camping and there's a lot of mosquitoes, you can't beat off. Okay. Now that that's out of the way. Old man says one of the things I don't like is when a non-handicap takes a handicap parking spot, cutting off a handicap person. Oh, yeah. Oh, I want to go make them handicap. Yep. Give them a reason for parking there. Oh yeah, I'm the same way. Oh, I've gotten into arguments with people told me you get the hell out of there. I'll call the cops. I'll raise hell with the cops when they say, "Well, we're not sending a squad for that." Oh yes, you are. Oh yes, you are. You don't know me, do you? Because I'm going to raise holy hell, and I'll let the whole world know that you told me handicapped people, even though they have their own parking spots, aren't important enough for a police officer to come over there and kick that young kid with that sports car out of that handicap spot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to see Sty run down a road ranting? That's a, yeah, get out of that spot. And he said, "Sorry, Sty, I'm finally collapsing in my PC chair. I'm going to have to go get horizontal for a while. Thanks for another great night, and try not to do the whole bottle of sauce in one day." I won't. I promise, Andy. As always, buddy, it is awesome having you here. You are just such an awesome friend. You are, you are. And he's saying, "Night, old man. Night, Granny. Night, Sty." Yeah. Do you see the stars in the night sky? Ah, shoot. Hey, like I said earlier, okay, Andy just jumped, so we're down to 5. Have never been below 5 tonight. Awesome stream, guys. It went long. It's 7 minutes to 2 o'clock here in northern Wisconsin, and Sty is going to have to shut this puppy down. You combine this with the first half hour in the first attempt at the stream, and yeah, we got some time in, folks. That's 5, 6, 7 hours approximately, something like that. Um, so we're gonna wrap it up, guys. I love every one of you. It's great that you've been here. I know it ran late. Um, we got a fresh video going up tomorrow, so if you get the chance, go check it out. And I will definitely be here Sunday night at 7 p.m. So yeah, and Grammy says, "Yeah, I think I need to work at work. Good night." Yes. And old man says, "Sty, about 7+ years ago, I removed this guy's valve stems. Good for you." Yeah, yeah. Now you're parked, aren't you? Love it, old man. Love it. Okay, guys, I'm going to shut her down and we'll catch you in the next round. Okay? You all have a very good night. Bye bye.